any idol. We do not worship anything born of a human being. We do not worship anything carved out of a tree. We do not bow down before anything molded with the hands of men. It's only thee that we worship. That is why we have come this very evening on this hallowed platform that you yourself created, to offer you unadulterated praise and to hand over to thee all that we can ever become, because Biafra is yours. This very family of IPOB, you molded yourself, you decreed that IPOB must come, and now that we have come, that we may worship thee, O Elohim, please accept our offering of praise and sacrifice unto your holy name, because there is no other like thee. We will continue to adore thee. We will continue to worship thee. And as I said before, and I will reiterate, as we pray unto thee, that Biafra is your possession, we will sacrifice Biafra unto thee, that you may guide us in all that we do. It's only you that sees the hearts of men. If there is anything that we are hiding, if there is anything that we have concealed from our people, oh Elohim, you will judge us very harshly. But if our hands are clean, our hearts very pure, you will bless IPOB, and you will bless me, and you will bless my family, because it's a promise from you. All our hope and our trust is upon thee. May your name be glorified. May you be exalted. May you, O Elohim, be praised. Now and forevermore we pray. Ise, Ise, Ise.
Ohandi IPOB mo wadum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperimọnụ mmebi iwu na ọchịchị mere ha evuru oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị cha ndụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche, ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche, ịtọrọ mmadụ, izu ụgbọala iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri. Ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa une n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche. ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya ọkwụ wee na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gwuo ala ili ya. Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere. Ya mere papa mama broda anti ọnkụ onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwayọ ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB anyị na-ajụgbu ajụgbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwaala apụrụ ya ngafe ama nna ya. IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ ebe anwụnta ga-adị hụ anwụ mgbuo. Dọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ na ịnụrụ dum nwanne ị ga na-ịnụ yọm. Anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kama mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike. Enụnụ onye na-asọghị chidi m n'ike taa marụ nwanne m ga na-eta ya n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ. Anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi bụrụ nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya.
Ma ndị mara amala n'obu mmasị na mma na obu ukwe kwesịkwa n'ịgba nlanụ.
All right, one more time I say good morning and welcome to another live broadcast from New York City under the auspices of our mother station, Radio Biafra London. My name, Mazi Iyke. All right, this morning I came across something that Ilochukwu wrote that's so interesting. He just went down to our leaders broadcast and then got everything that he said before he was abducted, before he was extraordinary renditioned in Kenya. That is still in today. You see, the man prayed. I want you all to listen to this very, very clearly. I read it yesterday, Ilochukwu, by the way. I'm very happy with the works you're doing, and you really took time to write them out. So I'm going to read them out exactly the way you wrote them. Probably got it from our leaders' last broadcast. All right, but before then, let me see. Before we get to that point, just listen to this music a little bit so I can get it.
Indigenous people of Biafra is Mazi Iyke, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One cannot be two. Stand live production. Show face on the microphone. Shalom Israel. Shalom Chineke. We are getting there. It's a matter of time. Shalom. Bosom. You know me say I go say my right for you, Nigeria. Bosom. You know me say I don't know myself again. Yeah. The love I have for Biafra has taken over my heart. It's burning like fire. Biafra is my heart desire. I want her like Messiah. Nnamdi Kanu is Messiah. My love, oh. I'm ready to do anything for you, my love. I'm ready to do everything for you, my love. I will make you my canton. I will make you my cashier. Just be patient, my love. Oh, oh, oh. Be patient, my love. Oh. Be patient, my dear. Be patient, never relent. Oh. Just remain resolute, yo. Biafra, they come. I want to go for you. I go back to the United States of August. Be patient, my love. Oh. Biafra is the hope. Oh. Be patient, never relent. Oh. Biafra is the hope. Oh. Biafra, they come.
Every venture.
I want to go full. They go package forever. They go manage again. Nigeria. For this Buhari regime, a lot of people could not feed their children again. For this Buhari Nigeria, a lot of people could not fuel their cars again. I mean their car again. Buhari regime, a lot of people could not eat food again. For this Buhari government, prosperity in Nigeria is not yet.
All right, one more time, I say welcome to another live broadcast. This article was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's last statements before Nigerian government kidnapped him. I wanted to listen to this. It's like a prayer. He said, I commit my hands unto thee, O Lord. I have done my part. It's time for me to start the journey. Pay attention. The rest of the war belongs to you, O Chukwu Okike Abiyama. The day ahead is very dangerous. It will be the most difficult day in this struggle. Many of you will be bought over, and many of you will fall out. The foundation of IPOB will shake. Many things will start happening, but we shall overpower them. They will start creating many groups to attack IPOB foundation, and many people will die. He went ahead to say, for some of you who will overpower this temptation, you have been chosen to do this work. He asked us to pray with the book of Psalms. He went ahead to say, after praying these Psalms, unimaginable things will begin to happen. He also said that he will be on the war front to lead this very battle. He also said he will be on the war front to lead this way battle. He encouraged us to follow his instructions and be prayerful and strong so that we will overpower this heavy storm. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it all. It was written so beautifully well by Mazi Iyke. This is a message that we Biafrans, because everything that this man has told us is happening before us. We are seeing them every day, but we can refuse to listen. That is our problem. But whether we listen or not, Biafra is here to stay because the man has spoken.
Nnamdi Kanu ane-ekwafi maka ebe-kwanu unu makwanu bochala jewelo maka na nwata maka nkuka kibe ya mwasi batala ya n'ajọ ya unu makwana nkirikiri ka nekiri odido nekiri odido ego okirikiri ka na-abụ ose n'ụwa anaghị adị lekwanụ onye amụma rapụkwanụ onye amụma onye ahụ nke na-eti mkpu n'ọzara nna anyị onye amụma onye bụ onye na-eti ọnwụ n'ọzara ka anyị na-anya onye na-eti ọnwụ n'ọzara ka anyị na-anya onye na-egbe agwa n'ọzara ka anyị na-anya ya ka ọ na-elo ọkwa nna ọmọdike ịzọgharịa okwu onye na-esiri ọra Nnamdi n'ịbụ onye amụma ọkụ ịgbara anyị mgbe gboo ya na-emezi aka ọ bụ ole ka anyị ga-ekwu n'ụwa ghara ibe ya emelu mala mmeri bụ nke anyị ga-alarịrị ala Biafra bala nsọ ala ọma ebe Chukwu kwadoro ndị ya we must go anyị ga-alarịrị anyị ga-alarịrị n'ala anyị ọ bụ onye na-esi mkpu n'oke ọzara Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi onye amụma Nnamdi onye na-esi mkpu n'ọzara ka anyị na-anya ọ bụ onye na-esi mkpu n'ọzara ka anyị na-anya ọ bụ onye na-aba mba n'ọzara ka anyị onye amụma ụmụ Biafra onye na-eti oke ọzara n'ụka anyị naba
White to white. Oh, we want to be the white radio station with more. You're listening to the radio station. You're listening to this is Radio Biafra.
We are not like other people. Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Biama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Biama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist. Because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu and I don't stop until I get what I want.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. One more time, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. That message by our leader that I just read that Ilochukwu wrote, is it not prophetic? He told us that he's going to go, that some of us will be bought over, that things will start happening. They are happening. Nothing has changed. They are coming exactly the way he said them. Because this man is a prophet of our time. Whether you want to believe it, you don't want to believe it, it does not really matter. What you believe does not really matter. What matters is that he has spoken it, he has said it, and the way he said it is the way it is happening. Regardless of what you think, we know he knew where he was going. He was going on a journey. The man realized that he's just handing the power over to the source. He said he has finished his job. The rest is left for Chukwukike Abiyama. So this is the time. He said many will die. Of course, many will die, because when you fall out of the way, when you fall out of the process, when you fall out of the line, when you fall on the line, get off the line, then you are at the enemy's face and they will deal with you. They are coming. It's not over yet. The British people will not give up. They want to make sure that they kill as many of us as possible. But you know something? It is not going to happen, because they will try. They've been trying before. They've started. Didn't start trying today. They will always get a stooge, somebody like P2B, that will go to them and connive with them and become part of them. He didn't declare his presidency or his candidacy until when? Until he went to Great Britain. And that's where he declared it from. The same people that have killed our ancestors. The same people that have decimated us. P2B, you think you're smart. The man behind you is a Fulani man. The man, they're going to take you out, even if you win. That is, if you win, you're going to go. There's no doubt about it. Just 2 years along the line, you're out. How about Takwebehano? Because they are playing it like chinch, bedbug. I say, keep doing what you're doing. We are watching. We are all ears. Like we have said it before, our quest, what we're looking for is nothing but our freedom. And that freedom, we are going to get it, regardless of what you guys do, regardless of what game you play, regardless of how you try to manipulate your way or break your way through. We are resolute. We are the ones that will always win in the end. It's been like that. There's no doubt about it. You are in a country where nothing has worked. Everybody is telling you very clearly, making it very clear to all of us, that the man ruling you there is an impostor. He's not. He is not the man that you voted into office. But what are all of you doing? You are there campaigning to become the president of the same country that is ruining people. None of you have had the courage to get up and tell them, you know something? What has that man in jail done? What did he do? The court of the land has given you order that this man should be released. They are not talking about it. You people are just a bunch of balloons. You think we are stupid? Anyway, there are many of us who are still stupid anyway, but for some of us who have listened, who have grown up, who have listened to the voice of truth, we stand by the truth. All of you presidential candidates, from Atiku Abubakar down to Tinubu, down to P2B, down to the rest of them, we don't even, it looks like it's only 3 parties that we have, but I know there are other ones. We don't know their names. I don't know who their presidential candidates are. But what we're saying is, how many of you have got the gut to wake up and tell government, stop? Why are you doing what you're doing? Where is our president, Buhari? He should come and talk to us. No, he will not. Which other way are people going to say this for you to understand that the man in Aso Rock, the man that they're portraying as Buhari, is not Buhari? How many of you listen to this man?
It's not about sentiments. It's that there are a group of people in this country that feels that this country should be Islamized. Mm-hmm. This is a fact. I said I want me to start mentioning names of people in this government that we have interrogated. I was a member of an interrogation team, and I've interrogated a very high-ranking member of this government in 2007, 2008 on the issue of Boko Haram. I interrogated him. He's in this government right now. And what was the issue? Boko Haram. And this senior officer was actually let go because he was found culpable. But right now he's in the government. You see, we must say the truth, because if you don't, this country is going down the precipice. We have been set back more than 60 years. right now. We've gone back to the time before 1966 now. And whoever is coming back to repair this country has a lot of work to do. This country has never been polarized, so we cannot run away from it. We have never been this much polarized. I'm a federal person. My mind is federal. My brain is federal. My loyalty is federal. I do things for the federal government. So I cannot come here and try to be sentimental. No, I'm a federal person.
So will your life be at risk now that they're hearing you?
I don't care. I don't care. And my colleagues, they know me. Those people that listen to me, they know me. I don't care. The issue is that this country is bigger than an individual. That is the issue. This country is bigger than individuals. Buhari will come and go. Eliminating me or killing me will not solve the problem and will not add value. But he will come and go, and somebody must come and repair the damage to the psyche of this society, the damage to the polarization, to the nepotism that I've never seen in my life. I work with all these presidents. This is the worst situation I've found myself. And believe me, internet does not forget. I was part of the people that helped to bring Buhari to government because I believe in him.
Have you worked with the government after that? After you helped bring the government?
Oh, of course, I worked with him. We brought him in 2015, and I work as the Deputy Director of Defense Administration. And we have a lot of hope in him. And we actually are ready to do anything for him. What he has turned out over the years is shocking to us. I was in Harvard in 2014, in December, when the Department of State Services and CIA and others were contemplating about Buhari and other aspirants. I know what we did to convince the American government that the only person that can come and put this country right is Buhari. That was before the Lagos, APC, before the truce within.
Right.
And that was how Tinubu came in. We know what we did, but what he has done in the past 6 years is shocking. It's unprecedented. And it should not be allowed to be swept under the carpet because the damage to the psyche of this country is monumental. We'll talk.
Was that man Buhari?
Today I've made
That's the point. The man there is not Buhari. I mean, but the man, what he did in the past 6 years is not the person that we put in there. But all of them will not say, they are just saying it, they are afraid to speak the truth. The man that you helped, you went to America with to convince the State Department to give Buhari a chance since the past 6 years. And that's exactly when you check it. That's within the period that Buhari died. He died in 2021. That's when he died. So from when he died, things changed. Because now they are putting people that are not Buhari into office. And you know something? Nobody is saying it. They are all criminals, these people. All of them, from Tinubu to Atiku Abubakar to Peter Obi, all these people that have been in politics. Young kids who say they want a change. People, look around you. There are young people out there who can just whip these people out for God's sake. Because otherwise you're going back to the same thing. You are going back to cry again. You're going back to cry again. Forget about these departure hall people. The people who are in the departure hall, not even waiting. We're talking about people who want to take off. Bring the younger people in for God's sake. And make this change. Because these people you are trying to bring in are the same people. If they cannot speak the simple truth, even on campaign, they can't go out there and speak the truth. We will do this. We will change this. We have heard all that before. who will give you light 247 or back about that thing. It's been on like that. They've been saying the same thing over and over and over. Are you not tired of listening to these people? It turns my stomach when somebody calls me and is talking about Nigeria. I said, forget about this. Don't tell me about Nigeria, for God's sake. They are not prepared for change yet. Because when you prepare for change, you have to make sacrifices. You have to see all these people that are running around now, up and down. They come and speak good grammar. They do. We have been hearing this since I was a child. I remember Nnamdi and the rest of them, how they can fly, how they can open up the River Niger, how they can do all that. The time is gone. There's internet out there telling you the truth. Get these people away. Young people, the youths that want to take over their own country, Nigeria, because Biafra is already gone. If you want to take it over, get up out there and speak the truth. Get yourself some people that will lead you. Forget about all these departure hall people. I'm telling you. Anybody you've heard his name before in politics, whether serving the government or not, forget about them. They should all go into retirement like most of us. They should just go somewhere and rest and leave you people to manage. Otherwise, you'll be crying again the same thing. And in our own times, I think it was even better. You'll be crying and crying and crying. All of them are campaigning. None of them have come out to speak the truth. Obasanjo, who is introducing P2B, Obasanjo knows that the man in Aso Rock is not Buhari. Obasanjo is not saying it. The bishop in the church knows it's not Buhari. They are not saying it. Oyedepo said it just one time, and maybe Nakbu, if you are in a position of power and you want to talk, if most of you, anything happens to you today, it's part of the process. You don't sit down there and see the truth and cover it up. No. They are saying it. Which place in the world does the first lady live outside the government house? Because the woman does not have a husband. She's a widow. That's what she is. She has made it very clear to all of you. Call me the first lady, not the wife of the president. Yes, because the president is dead. She knows that the person there is not her husband. And 200 million people. Let us say that at least, we all know that the man is not there. Many of you know, but you know something, you can't speak. For those of us who cannot speak, who are not in government, I understand that. But for those who are campaigning to become the next president of the nation, to go into ruling the people, you can't speak the truth? Come on, guys. You cannot come out. Osibanjo knows that the man that's been working with is not his boss. Did he ever say anything? No. Adesina will sit down there and start defending the indefensible. All these people are criminals. All of them are criminals. They don't need, nobody is sent. Nobody is judging you based on the fact that even if you are a criminal and you remain in your house, it's okay. Don't come there to get back into office because you know you are not going to do anything. You are already lying to the people. They come and speak English. Oh, I'm obedient. Obedient what? Obedient to who? To somebody who cannot speak the truth? It doesn't matter where you come from. They say, oh, Igbo man. Igbo, so what? Who told you that the problem of Nigeria is Igbo man or Hausa man or Yoruba man? Nobody's saying that. We are saying that the people there are not telling the truth. Nnamdi Kanu has been screaming, look at where he is today. They've tried to kill him. They will wish they had succeeded in killing him. But you know something? He has a mission. And that mission he's going to accomplish it. God's willing. He's going to accomplish it because already what I read this morning, I'm going to look for that tape and I'm going to play that tape. I looked for it actually. Already looked for it in my own record, but I don't have it, but I'm still going to get it. For you to listen to the last thing that he said before he left. When I read it to somebody yesterday, say people will die. God forbid. What do you mean God forbid? If you don't do anything that is going to make people stay alive, they will not stay alive. You are trying to take freedom from your master. And your master will do everything. Kunta Kinte. Did you watch Alice? What's his name again? The book about that Kunta Kinte was in there and things like that. When they chop off his leg and everything. These are sacrifices you have to make to be free. Freedom is not free. So, of course, the British people are ready to do just about anything. They are ready to do any damn thing. Look at when they saw the Donald Trump man that came in here, they realized that this man is a mad person. He can wake up tomorrow morning and declare Biafra. They say, this man, that's why they did everything to make that they take him off. All my friends that will talk about Donald Trump here in the United States, one of them, I held him down yesterday, we were talking. My first question was always, my last question, what did he do? Oh, he doesn't like black people. We have not said anything. What did he do? What? Tell me what he did. He didn't do anything. But they are afraid of him because the mad person is unpredictable. I've been living in this country, God knows how long how many years. All the presidents I passed through, they've been talking about Israel, Jerusalem. He just came in one night and announced that Jerusalem is the capital. That's it. Nobody saw it coming. So such a man, the British people will go, now wow, this man can one day just wake up in the morning and declare Biafra. And that's it. For them, because that's their bread and butter, that's their supermarket. That's where they go to rob and steal from people. But all that will stop, whether they like it or not. Look at them running up and down. They are now so confused. 2023 is coming. They don't know how to hide their criminality with the man that died in their own hospital, in their own country. The man they call Buhari, the original Buhari. That Buhari, forget about being such a president. Buhari will not be alive and Nigeria will be the way it is today. No. Forget it. He will change. He is somebody whom they told his wife, he said, I know where my wife belongs. It belongs to the kitchen. He said it publicly. He is not a push around, but because he is dead, then they created a cabal that they call presidency. Presidency is not one person. Presidency are a group of people that were supposed to be serving, including the cook and the steward. They are all part of it, part of the package. And they stayed almost 8 years in office because the man died in 2021. They are staying. They keep staying. Nigeria is going down and down and down. Look at your money. Look at your toilet paper that you call money. It's unbelievable. I gave somebody ordered a few equipments that I wanted to use back, to fix something for me back. I said, go to the market, find out the price and everything, and I'll send you money. The person went to the market, called me back and said, okay, we send the money. Now he called back and said the price has gone up. And it's true. I said, just buy what you have. Whatever money you have there, buy whatever you can afford with it. Because the money is still going to be going up and up and up. And when they say going up, it's like from 5,000 to 8,000, 3,000 difference. That is the country we are coming. Nnamdi Kanu told you people that by the time I'm done with you, Somalia will be a paradise. He added it, he said it very clear. Let the people go. Let Biafrans go. Give them their freedom for God's sake. You are holding the children of God. It is biblical. They will say, Pharaoh, let my people go. It didn't start today. This time, we are not saying Buhari, let my people go, because Buhari, there's no Buhari. There's no Buhari. They are just there sitting down there, fooling themselves, thinking that it's going to work. All of you will be on the run. We are waiting. America is there. Diaspora, I think you're going to run to diaspora. Then you will know. Already it's beginning to happen. I know people who, a couple of years ago, will look at those of us in diaspora as if we are the people that run away. We'll salvage Nigeria. And Nigeria is our country. We are not going anywhere. Today, most of them are selling their property and they're wanting to get a visa. 2-3 days ago, one of them called me. He was rejected. It's like heavens have fallen. He felt so depressed and everything. And where was he even going? He wasn't even coming to America because that one is like no way. He has never traveled before. So all his money is made in Nigeria. He's packed it there. He has a lot of money. He's very, very okay. Working with politicians and embezzled money and had all that kind of stuff. Now he wants to travel. He's not even young anymore. He went to a place they call Shanghai visa or something, and they bounced him. Now he's ready to sell properties to get a visa to just get away from there. I said, no, you will salvage it. Even if you think you have all the money in the world, you can sell your property and come to America. What will you be doing? You didn't come here when you were young, when you have the strength and the energy to run around. You think you can come here at old age and do something. But come down and let me see you survive. When you're used to people driving you around, you have used to when your tire goes down, you get somebody in the street, a chairman, they'll fix it for you. This time, if you drive around, your tire die for road, you go call tow truck. Tow truck, you go pay money. Then tow truck go carry go put for garage, and garage will do it and you pay money. You think it's going to be easy for you guys? Nnamdi Kanu didn't come up today, especially in the people in our area. And these people that are telling you that you have no life, why are you joining these people? They don't even have a life themselves. Because balloonistic wealth. Because most of them, their wealth is balloon. You know, like a blow army big. Boy a pin, boom. You discover that the man has nothing, he's empty. Somebody here at least will go to the hospital and will get insurance. Somebody will treat you. At least you have your meal, three square meal a day. Eat what you want. You might be overworking yourself, but then, so that notwithstanding, what I'm trying to say is that our people have to wake up to their reality. There is no time that is too late to make a change. If you are making a mistake and you've gone to a point, turn around and make it better. Make a U-turn. That's why they have a U-turn. If you're going the wrong direction, imagine a highway. It will show you a sign where you can make a U-turn because you're going to the wrong direction. We started going to the wrong direction. Nnamdi Kanu came out from nowhere, unknown to any of us. He is talking and we are not paying attention. Those who paid attention were able to get themselves together. And as soon as you come in the same attitude that you had before, you bring it into IPOB. It's not going to work. The attitude of I have to be the man in the forefront. Okay. You join IPOB, you discover that you are not even recognized. Many of us, nobody, if I stop broadcasting today, it's 2 weeks, it'll be forgotten. Somebody else will do it and even do it better. So it's no big deal. Get that ego off your mind. Get that thing, get that close off your mind and take the truth that the man is talking. That's what is important. His words resonate in the truth. It's not that most of us believed him from the beginning, but the more we listen to him, the more we stay with him, the more we start believing in him more. Because now things that he said, they are all happening. Things that he said in 2012, you see it happening. That when most of us were not even in IPOB. We came in late. I wouldn't call myself an original member of IPOB. No. We are latecomers, but it doesn't matter. But say, when you wake up in the morning, say good morning. That's the day. That's the day you start counting. You come in here, you do what you are told to do, you follow it diligently. Don't try to overjump the guard, because don't try to change the structure. The structure is already big, because the problem that people have is that most of them think that they can come and make changes. No. You don't need to come in here and make changes. Go out there, create your own organization and make your change and do whatever you want to do. Because you know you cannot. That's why each time you come in, either you call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name or you call IPOB. You must always say something. I want to change it. There's no Nnamdi Kanu came out of. There was Masop before Nnamdi Kanu came in. There was Ojumeku Ojukwu who did it the first time. They say, Mazi Iyke. Then Nnamdi Kanu. It doesn't matter. If you think that you know how to do it better, forget about Nnamdi Kanu. Start something. Don't base your something on him. Oh, I'm a friend of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu. Why are you calling yourself? You are not disciple of anybody. Just start your thing. Nnamdi Kanu was not disciple of anybody. I never heard him say I was disciple. The only time he spoke about the Masop was that he came up. He was a member of Masop. Abga, that he even spoke about, that was in a passing. He didn't start his organization by saying, I'm a member of Abga. or I'm a member. No. He started the indigenous people of Biafra, but he said he has worked for all these people. He didn't come out with anybody's name. So why don't you just start something on your own and leave us alone? Just leave us alone. Because you're not going to succeed. You cannot come and change this structure. This structure, tomorrow you complain about US, tomorrow you complain about Chike, you're wasting your time. These people were appointed by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, and that's as simple as that. My work they gave me is to talk on the radio, and that's what I'm doing. I don't have to take the work of Chike Doziem because he's Chike Doziem. He is the head of the DOS. I'm not a member of DOS, not even an officer. I went to a meeting and they were calling the officials and I went to the person. I said, but I'm not an officer. He said, no, you are a national officer. Okay, you can come into the meeting. Because I don't go where I'm not. I know my class. I know my level. I know. It's not an ego thing. So when you start building that ego on yourself, you are fooling yourself. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and nobody else. The people that he appointed, the DOS and Chike Doziem, they are in charge now that he's not there. If he comes out tomorrow and there's anything that they messed up, he's not going to ask me. He's not going to ask you. He's going to ask them. He's going to hold them accountable. So I don't blame them. Because I said it before. Somebody called me and said, why are they firing all these people? I said, I will fire more. Because it's his administration. He is given a job to do. And if you are there, you want to be insubordinate to him because you think you were appointed by Onyishi at that time. No, Onyishi he has given a job to them. So you wait, obey, command and control. That's what we're saying. When they say you're fired or you're reduced of your office, take it. Take it with sweetheart. Move around, stay apart, still keep paying your rent or paying your dues or whatever, and remain a member of IPOB. You have already obeyed. Then now you can complain when Onyishi comes out. If he thinks that there's anything wrong that has been done to you, of course he will reinstate you. He will bring you back. But when you think you are, because we see these things coming. I personally see them coming. I advise my friends in IPOB. Stay away leave these people to do their job. Don't get involved in their mission. Don't get involved in what they are doing. Because some will say, oh, they send Onyishi said they should do this, they didn't do it. It's not your business. If I am in charge and I tell my associate to do something and he doesn't do it, I'm not going to hold you responsible. I'm going to hold them responsible. Why did you disobey what I said? Because when you keep listening to all these things, you make a mistake. If Onyishi tells them something to do, and he is the one that tells them something to do, and they don't do it, how would I even know that Onyishi told them something? Why would it be my responsibility to start talking about it? Oh, Onyishi and they didn't do it. It's not my business. I have nothing to do with it. I wasn't part of the meeting. So that you take it at the right place. So allow these people stay on, be focused. Our job, our responsibility, most of us, make sure you pay your dues. You remain member. If there's anything they do for doing for ESN and the rest of them, you don't know about it. If they want to raise funds for ESN, and they're doing it the way that the administration said it should be done, we'll follow it. It is not in my place to start condemning them. Oh, why are they raising this money? Oh, why did they not give this money to this person? Oh, why not give? Come on, this is childish and stupid. Anya gafe go that level. We have gone to beyond, far beyond that level. So, in a nutshell, if you are given a job to do in IPOB, Ekerolweke. Cyril have been saying this since from the beginning. Ekerolweke. Anybody has what is appointed to do. The moment you leave your track, what you can relay race. The moment you leave your track and jump into the next track, then don't come and change the structure. IPOB has a structure created by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of this organization. You don't come in and want to change it. If he comes out, he's incarcerated, he will be out. Nothing will happen to him, because for me, I look at it like it's a process. He is going through the sanctification or whatever you call it. In the end, he's going to be successful. In the end, Biafra will be here. There is no doubt in my mind about what we are doing. So do not try to jump the guard. Do not try to put yourself, because like I told you, IPOB is a leveler. A leveler in the sense that we come in here, we know where we are supposed to be. We know why, most of us know why we came into the organization. Some didn't know why they came in. They probably came in because they think they want to be somebody, they want to be recognized. And IPOB being the leveler it is, probably nobody will even say welcome. They'll say welcome actually, but it ends there. Nnamdi Kanu is not older than all of us. Maybe I have his age mate or somewhat of his age. But he is the leader. He is the leader of the organization. He's Onyishi. That's what we call him. It has nothing to do with how old you are. It has to do with being level up yourself. Don't think that because you are as old as any of us that gives you power to do whatever you want to do, or you are in a position where you have people that are subordinate to you. It's okay. It's good. But don't bring it to IPOB. Excuse me. All right, let's see. I need to take some water before we continue. Stay tuned, don't go away. All right, I'm sorry, I'm back again. That was something got in my throat. I don't know what it was. Oh, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. Like I was saying, my brother, before I left. If you are given a job to do, please do it diligently. Focus on what you are given to do. Do not try to be insubordinate. Don't try to create organization which is not necessary, especially if you are a principal officer. Whatever the members do cannot be very dramatic, except when a principal officer all of a sudden beginning to see something wrong with what the people that are given office to work, you start seeing fault with what they are doing. It's okay to you to do that, but you know something, there's responsibility. You are going to be held responsible if anything goes wrong. Let me open up the line so we can have a conversation. 6469204541. 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Just give us a call. Even if the music is playing, you can call in and then I'll stop the music and listen to you.
Ochiwadala mozonwe adala mozonu onye kara Kanu onye kpọrọ akpọchi ike yeye Ochiwa na London weye DJ ihe jege me na Manchester udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe okuso di manu udele neri ozuwe vampire ndi moye udele neri ozuwe ojo bare kwaka udele neri ozuwe ojo bare moji yo udele neri ozuwe Supreme Court to governor udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe atribution munne udele neri ozuwe mwana hey she won a London let's say he's a fan of France DJ men in Manchester DJ udele neri ozuwe udele neri ozuwe vampire ndi Imo State yes vampire ndi Imo State Opuso di mmanụ
hope jọbara kwaka amatara m hope ụzọ dị mma n'afọ 2004 ruo n'afọ 2006 mgbe ọ na-esogharị ndị 419 mgbe m na-eme vidio coverage ka m matara hope ụzọ dị mma ama m ya asụ onye ọgwụ ego ọ bịazi bịa m upgrade ihe Supreme Court bịara nye anyị ya as gọvanọ n'Imo arụ akwa nna hụ na n'Imo steeti fada mbịaka bịa lele onye kpọrọ hope ndị Imo sa Chineke bara gị elebiru na ya kwuo ihe gbasara ya ọwụ onye gwara anyị sa Chineke sa hope bịara n'Imo steeti anyị ahụ na hope ahụ ngụnụ ha tige hope ụzọ dị mma n'uwe maka ya dịrị ụnụ na mma n'uwe anụ mere n'Imo steeti arụwe tinyere anyị ihe ojọbara kwaka amụsụ na-eri ụmụ ya vampaya nke ndị Imo steeti onye ọgwụ ego mama na n'Imo steeti onye ọgwụ ego anyị mama n'uwe ọhụrụ ndị bidoro yawu plus o bidoro yawu na ọhịa eji jụọ ya sọ ma ha akpọ yawu yasa ya nwaanyị ọhụrụ ije ọchịrị ọnwa ya kwa aga m ekwu eziokwu o jemara je were mmefula n'ihe tinyere anyị ihe ọha ebube agụ ebube atụrụ a na-egwusi ndị Imo steeti ihe ịbịa n'ala ọlụwe yusu n'ebe ahụ agwụla n'ohi ọgwụ obodo ya ahụ his own local government ya na-egbu ụmụnne ya na-atọ ya ụtọ egbu ụmụnna ya please his grandmasters onye rere nwanne ya riju afọ fegi ihe ga-echegharị ya jekwa jejoro jasa juju n'uwe ihe mere ya n'uwe ọ ga-agwa gị hope ụzọ dị mma o chere na ya ru ụmụnne ya n'aka ndị ugwu na ha ga-etinye as president mana ha metara wụọ ya n'ala ihe na onwe ya megbuo ya so wa sịrị na bata na ebe ahụ eti olilolo hope ụzọ dị mma n'uwe ya o nwere ihe m chọrọ ịgwa gị ụzọ dị mma otu ụbọchị ihe ọchịchị gapụ gị n'aka ka anyị mara n'ụwa
all right, I have a call coming in. Let me take this one. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Caller on principal officer's line. The line is open. Are you there? All right, call us back. The line just went off. I don't know what happened to it. You're not talking. Oh, this is Radio Biafra USA too. So no matter what they are doing, my brothers, I've read out what our leader told us, and I'm going to have to read it again later on the program because that's a very touchy. Mr. Luchukwu did a very, very wonderful job, and Mazi, thank you very much for that. I just decided to use it this morning to remind our people that it is not over until it is over. It is not over until it is over, and no matter what they do, Biafra is our freedom. The religion, something that we're asking for is our freedom, and there is nothing anybody can do to change all that. We know what we want, and what we want is what we are asking for, and what we are asking for is our freedom. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Our leader knew that all this is coming, and then he said in his last broadcast, before he got away, before they abducted him in Kenya, he knew it was going to happen. I will read this again for you. Okay, I think the caller has called back again. Let me take his call before I proceed. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, I'm hearing you, my veteran. Our veteran and Professor Mazi Iyke.
Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Ifan Chukwumada Abichi. and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Yes, thank you very much for your program this morning. And I want just to give a little, maybe, let's call it correction, because we cannot mix dates up and some things like that. The arch-genocidist Muhammadu Buhari died on 14th of February 2017, if I'm not mistaken. 2017, the original one died, yeah. So 2017. Yes. Yeah, thank you, my brother. Yeah. So, and the next thing I want to talk about is what you said, like if you are in IPOB, you know our modus operandi, you know what makes us tick, you know what makes us and who we are. Being dedicated, that means you have to have discipline, you have to have consistency, and you have to obey the command and control. That means if you are told something, you do it. If something is not in your purview, you just don't. For instance, our leader made a very, very serious statement and pronouncement. Don't you try to contact our men on the ground, the ESN. Don't even think about it. Engineer, don't play with it. I don't laugh with that. Don't do it, no matter what is your rank. As long as you're not meant to be working with them, as long as you're not anybody delegated to work with, don't do it. No matter how enthusiastic or fanatical or well-meaning you are, don't do it, because he knows why he says don't do it, so that the people will stay within the organizational structure and not be distracted by inducement or corruption or bribery. Leave them to do what they are doing. When we get Biafra, we can all dance on the street and we can all mingle as brothers and sisters. But for now, why can't you respect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you mean to tell us that he doesn't know why? The reason why he said don't contact them? Because we are all human beings and we are all fallible. And so, it's not late to adhere to that instruction. Our HOD, Mazi Iyke, the head of directorate, said it again last night. He re-emphasized that sacrosanct nature of ESN and the need for us, who does not have anything to do with them, to steer clear from them. Please. And I want to say something I saw on Twitter. It is about, I think it's Eastern West tweeted it. It's a thread of Twitter, of a thread of tweet, what he tweeted on it's a sequence of, Twitter gives you how many characters you want to read, but you can make a thread of it. That means when that first one is finished, you can add under it and go first and so forth and so on. So the Eastern West tweeted about urgent provocateurs. Ndị be anyị na-akpọ ha ndị mkpaki ma ọ ndị nranye, agent provocateurs. They will want to start, as it concerns our movement, these people want us to start something without push us into something, and our people being emotional and very serious about Biafra, some of us will think, oh, that is the way to go, forgetting that it is written, it is a historical fact that the intelligence agency of enemies of freedom fighting outfits or countries raise agent provocateurs amongst them in order to tarnish their image and in order to scatter them, because you give their home government or the rival government the reasons to go after them militarily and with force, and then they will be justified in the eyes of onlookers, because they will say, oh, they are violent, they are doing this, they are doing that. The way IPOB is going on this, there are people who are, like our leader and his cabinet, de facto cabinet, I would call them, or just say DOS. They know what to do, when to do it, and they know reason they say, don't do this thing. But the agent provocateurs will want to do that things because some of them, if not, are really being handled by intelligence agencies, be it the zoo, Nigerian intelligence agencies, or foreign intelligence agencies that don't want us, don't mean us good, like the British intelligence agency. What I'm saying is that these intelligence agencies are using these people, agent provocateurs, in order to do some things that we give the Nigerian government justification to do what they're doing in his own in the whole of East, knocking out or about, killing our people, burning our houses, while we are not doing anything unto us. We're just saying, give us referendum. If you think that what we are doing is out of place, we are fringe, we are miscreants, we are good for nothing, give us referendum. Let the people from the East decide where they want to be and not to be. But for the fact that somebody is IPOB is making already a target. And that is what we cannot take. So, if you think you want to save IPOB, the Biafrans, from that kind of situation and that kind of operation and persecution, leave it in the hands of our leaders. Because by doing these things, agents are doing, you are putting our people in more danger that we cannot control, because the people who are leading us cannot give account of what we do, and everybody will be accusing us. If you snatch car, say you are ESN. If you make armed robbery, say you are SN. If you are extorting money from pastors who have the churches or filling station owners or any kind of business owners, you say you are ESN. We can never stop saying that our ESN, our volunteers, our own branch, IPOB family members don't do this, because we come to rescue our people and give them a life to live like human beings, like myself, where I live now. The people here, they are not in heaven, but they are living like human beings and dying like human beings. And that is what we want to give our people, not to extort them and kill them. Yes. My brother, have a nice day. God bless Biafra.
Yes, God bless you. All hail Biafra. All right, this is correct. Very, very correct. That's what we're talking about. Nobody is living in heaven, but at least when the common man will be able to get up in the morning and then thank God and say, yes, today is another day. And if you're sick, anything happens to you, somebody's taking care of you, you're going to the hospital, you're giving treatment. Not a situation where you have to put money down before even a doctor will look at you. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous for a country that had all this wealth that was squandered, misplaced, and misused. The money could have been used better if we were practically on our own, if we were independent. He's just a slave master throwing the bones to the dogs. You know, you're eating, your dog is always there. I have one in the house here who knows that he cannot eat everything. So we make sure that we don't give him anything. But when he sits down and he's looking at you eating, he's expecting something to drop from the plate. That's what these people do us in Nigeria. That's what they eat the real flesh and then drop the bones for us. All that we are saying we don't want anymore, and we want to be free, and we must be free. No matter how much they try, our leader, his prayer is coming to pass. Everything that he said in the past is resonating with us today, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, my veteran.
Welcome.
May Elohim bless you. Bless our leader. Bless our DOS, our ESM, all the principal officers, and all the IPOB and lovers of freedom all over the world. May our Chukwukike Abiyama bless everyone, and our radio presenter, both our lawyers, every good person and the lovers of freedom. May God bless every one of them. In the name of Chukwukike Abiyama. Yes, this useless man, Soho Dandaura, the ex-general Soho Dandaura Buhari Yarisu, 2017, Ambureshi, Saudi Arabia, Yarisu Soho Banza, Soho Munafuki, Soho Kafre, Soho Chinei, Banzan Soho, Yarisu Ai, Basheke Amiliki Wai, Asa Wari Mutum Amiliki Wai, ba Buhari ba. Buhari tsohon banza ne yayi, tsohon kwano, Allah ebe mishi albarka, har da gidansu har da Aisha, duk gidayen Buhari Allah ebe musu albarka, ba za su iya su samu wani abu nan duniya, ba za su samu wani abu nan duniya. Buhari ya tuntuni ya resu, sun ki magana sai Buhari ya resu, suna nan suna bata ma mutanen lokaci. Ana kashe mutane, ana kashe mutane. Shi baya milikin yayi, shi baya milikin, shi yasa Aisha baya Nigeria, Aisha ana Saudi Arabia, Aisha ana Dubai, kusan shekarar nawa ana Dubai, har yanzu baya Nigeria. Ya za a ce kuma wani mijin shi ana mulki, ita kuma zai zo na wajen kasa wanda bai Nigeria ba, abun din bai taba yi a duniya ba. Sai bari Aso Rock, sai ya je Dubai, ya je zona, ya siya gidaje a Dubai. The boyfriend nashi suna cin kudin nan. Allah ebe duka muku albarka. They will never see any good thing. I have never seen where a first lady will leave her country and go and live in Dubai. Live in Dubai for many years, that has an old husband. My mother has never left my father to anywhere. My father has never been anywhere without my mother to accompany him at his old age. Two of them live together, and you are telling me that somebody that are ruling over 200 million people will be in Aso Rock. Her old young wife, 50-something years, will let her and be in Dubai. What is he looking in Dubai? Is he working in Dubai or what? Why people are so stupid? Why people can't just understand what is going on? Tell me what a woman is doing in Dubai. Can somebody tell me, she's studying in Dubai? What is he doing in Dubai with all her family are in Dubai? Some are in London, some are in Germany. The first one is in Germany, schooling in Germany. Can somebody tell me what Aisha Buhari is doing? The first lady that's supposed to be addressing women affairs in Nigeria left her own bosom, left her the house that they built with gold and silver, and go to Dubai, where she is an immigrant in Dubai. Have anybody seen this kind of rubbish? And people kept silent. People cannot speak. Okay, put this thing in our leaders' charges. They refuse. Why are they refusing? It's still confusing me. Malami, you are looking for charges. You are looking what you will bring up to the table. And you see something that our leader has told you people. Let him come out. The DNA, let them test the DNA, and let him speak Fifidi. You will fulfill the Biafran agitator. And you refuse. Looking for a way to kill him. Why are you killing our people? Why are you giving people oil well for bribe? Why are you giving them oil well for bribe? When they have given you a simple option, just do it and let this thing end. You refuse. Can't the world see? Can't Nigerian people see? You are rushing to do election. God will punish all of you for that election. Thank you, Mazi. May God bless you.
Okay. The man is there, the person there is not Buhari, we all know. That's why the wife is living in Dubai. Which first lady lives in Dubai? The country, the first lady always live in the government house where the husband is, isn't it? We know the truth. But Nigerians are docile, they don't want to speak the truth because of whatever reason, what they have. Nobody's saying that we don't know that the man died in 2017, how many years ago? He's there.
And we are not going to stop. I want the world to understand me very clearly. We are not going to stop. It doesn't matter what it takes. It doesn't matter how many lives they extinguish. It doesn't matter the genocidal tendencies they bring with them into our land. We are not going to stop. Everybody listening, everybody watching, everybody remotely interested in justice and peace must understand this. Our destination is freedom. And that very place we're heading to is Biafra. And nobody, no soul on this earth can stop us. Instead of Biafra not to come, we all perish. I want our adversaries, our enemies to understand this very, very clearly. We are not going to retreat, not one iota, not 1 inch, because Biafra must come. Because the hatred has continued to this very day. As I'm speaking and addressing all of you right now, they are still arresting extrajudicially murdering people in our land. People who are alien to our culture, our way of life, our tradition. They are in our land directing their people to slaughter, to kill without mercy. Unfortunately, those we regard as political leaders have connived with these people to ensure the decimation of their own population. That is the type of nonsense we can no longer condone. As you all know, there is no significant Fulani presence in our land because our fathers taught us how to fight. And we are doing so today without apologies to any idiot. We're not going to apologize because we have been apologizing for nearly 50 years. And we have not gotten anywhere in terms of our collective advancement and development in the damn level zoological republic called Nigeria. That is why we must know what we're doing. And that is why anybody who is remotely interested in the affairs of our people must understand this. That we are determined, doubly determined. 50 years, or should I say 54 years is a very long time. And 51 years since the end of the war. But now that we have come, or should I say now that God Almighty in heaven has determined that we should come, we are not going to relent. We are not going to do anything whatsoever to jeopardize the sanctity and the holiness of this very mission. We love our people. We love every ethnic nationality that makes up Nigeria as it is presently constituted. We have no hatred towards anybody. We love peace. We love life. We love the progress of other people. But we are in a country where people hate us for no reason, where people despise us for no reason, and we can no longer go on apologizing. And Nigeria as a state, the entire Africa as a continent must acknowledge. The same way they acknowledge the genocide in Rwanda, they must rise up to acknowledge the genocide in Biafra land, or else there will be no peace nor development in the whole of Africa. And I'm not saying it apologetically. I am stating a fact that ought to be forcefully demanded for. And Biafra itself must be restored for those who have come before us, for their sacrifice, for their courage, for their gallantry and their bravery. It is a very good thing today that one of the co-hosts here is our brother Dele, a man that I cherish and I appreciate very much. And also the very excellent work that Mazi is doing. But let us make this thing very, very clear. We were wronged by the Nigerian state, by every ethnic group in Nigeria. I know that my good friend and brother, Obadiah Lafia, rang me and apologized a while ago for the role that they played in the massacre of Biafran people, the role that they played in aiding and abating a very unlawful invasion of Biafra land, because all Ojukwu asked for was restructuring. The same thing we're arguing for today. Ojukwu went to Aburi to argue for restructuring. Ojukwu did not go to Aburi to declare any state of Biafra. He never went to Aburi to declare any war. Ojukwu went to Aburi so that all of us in Nigeria, including those from the Middle Belt, from the West, everywhere can have freedom. The same thing we're asking for today. They twisted the narratives, they changed our history, they turned it upside down, they made us the villain. They tried to demonize our general, a man of peace, that went to Aburi in Accra to go and in Ghana to go and negotiate for peace. A peace that Britain prevailed upon go on, not to implement. But over the years we've been taught that we are the aggressors. Such nonsense can no longer hold, it can no longer obtain, and that is why, as I said earlier, unapologetically we are pursuing the freedom of Biafra, and nobody can stop us. Anybody on our path is going to fall, is going to die. Instead of Biafra not to come, every living organism in Nigeria will die, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, because we are not going back. It is a good thing today that some notable Nigerians are on this very platform discussing what transpired 54 years ago. Most have tweeted to say, may it not happen again. The only way to ensure that this will not happen again is the existence of a free, sovereign Biafran nation. That is
come is the prince, I don't come again.
hanging on.
And the town's the big one.
Oh, come Mr. The success. Mama Yapa. And the microphone. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Tell me what to do, tell me what you do, tell me what you see, tell me what you see, tell me what you know. All we talking about the referendum. Oh, you see, I have to go for long. We don't become a slave for long. Back in the days, we know what's up. But because of Uru, the focus to come out. I remember when my father they tell me about the war. Then spend so much money just to congolate. Ndiya agony, ndiya sugo. Success in mama, typically go man. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Oh yeah. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. Tupoki kabia ma aira yabia. Rescue your children. Even if I can't say one never. Make we know many all these politicians so. No mind never just come around. No promise us heaven and earth. Oh, no go see anything after the election. No election in Biafra land. We go sit at home that day. Make you no forget is the princess success you have your partner no son. Nnamdi Kanu chukuga gozi ringi. Your friend in motherland chukuga gozi ringi. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we dey fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum.
Easy praise on the mix.
And died in the ignorance that Ojukwu caused a war. That's what they were writing. Britain helped them to write it. Ojukwu was a rebel, a secessionist, because we have no media. That is why they're paying Facebook billions upon billions of US dollars to stop this truth from coming out. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Go on is alive, go and ask him. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Ojukwu went and negotiated restructuring with you in Aburi. You came back. Britain told you not to agree because Britain realized that all the component units of Britain knows that if you go back to regionalism, you have economic growth. The country will do very well. But Britain doesn't want it. That was why they even instigated the Nzogbu, so-called Nzogbu, saying they will bring Awolowo to become the head of state. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to truncate the economic miracle of Dr. Michael. But what I'm telling you are fast. Go and investigate for yourself. In the East, you have the fastest growing economy in the whole world, over 40% every year.
In the West, Awolowo was performing his own miracle as well. Even in the North, Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa were doing very well. You had all those massive industries in the North. You even had Alamajiris that were employed in the North, meaningfully employed, gainfully employed. They were all doing very well. Britain said, no, for us to control these people, we need to impoverish them. Let us introduce this war. There was a coup by Nzowu. And after that, there was the massacre of, as usual, massacre of our people in the North. Ojukwu said, I have to secure my land and my people. They said, no, let's go to Aburi to discuss it. Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed, restructuring. That's something now you're asking for. To tell you how foolish Nigerians are. They're very foolish. That same nonsense you're asking for now was discussed many years ago. Ojukwu sat down in Aburi with Gowon and decided that regionalism was the best way forward, restructuring, going back to who you were, 1963 Constitution, 1960-1963 Constitution. Be on your own and pay tax to the central government, as they have in America, as they have even in Britain. Britain, you have Scotland that is almost independent, Wales, the same thing, everybody is free, but Britain doesn't want the same thing they're enjoying to happen in Nigeria. Why? Ask yourself that question. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria is your enemy? I'll prove it to you now. Ojukwu negotiated devolution, regionalism. The North will be on their own, the West on their own, even Midwest on their own, and then the East on their own. It's the same one Nigeria. On their way to the airport, before they boarded the aircraft, a call came from Lagos, from the British High Commissioner in Lagos to Gowon, telling Gowon not to agree, after having signed the agreement. That same Gowon you're looking at today, God kept me alive so that he can witness the destruction he will bring upon that very zoo called Nigeria. Gowon said no. Do you know all the journalists in Nigeria, none of them have ever gone to Gowon to ask him, why did you say no to Aburi? Aburi was restructuring. None of those agitating for restructuring right now has ever gone to Gowon or gone to Nigeria to say, but Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking.
All right, this is Radio Biafra. I have a call coming in. Let me take this one. Caller on, let's see. Caller on WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here. The line just cut off again. Okay, let's keep on listening to what our leader Mazi Nnamdi educating us, because it is very good for most people to be listening to this repeat broadcast, because things happen, we tend to forget it so quickly. But on Radio Biafra, we don't forget. Somebody said internet does not forget, and that is correct. Internet does not forget, just like we don't forget ourselves too. When we say something, we keep it, repeating it over and over until they will listen to it and understand that we are not playing here. We are coming out with facts. We are not mixing it. When we say it today and you don't want to believe it, give it a couple of years and you will start thinking properly. Let's listen.
If you have an iPad here and you have access to the internet.
All right, let me just go back. Let me just go back to
I will just
call on WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here.
Good afternoon from here, Mazi Iyke, our veteran, our professor. My name remains Mazi Iyke. I'm from Motopumako area, Enugu province, but I residing in Abakaliki, where development is suppressing everybody, because he thinks that only him can change the Abakaliki to be a Fulani zone. But lately he did not know that Chukwu Kabiama is our God. Let me appreciate Chukwu Kabiama, praising him, because God of Almighty look on our face and give us a true leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who said that we must be free. Chukwu Kabiama, our fathers worship you, and we are doing so. Guide our leader, protect him, and bless him. More strength, more knowledge, more wisdom to finish the battle, protect our DOS and HOD, all the Turi Biafrans, Umada Biafran, who are doing the needful, and the Turi Biafrans, and our label presenters, who are teaching us day by day, who make us understand. Chukwu Kabiam, bless everybody in the name of Chukwu Kabiam. Mazi, let me start from, Nigerians know who we are, and Britain know that only Biafran can change the situation of Africa, because our people likes life. We like to live like normal human beings. We appreciate the work of humans. That's who we are, because we know that only human being can develop the city. Only human being can enter market and buy something, not animals. That is why we always protect humans. Look at where we find ourselves today, the zoo. Our internal leader try all his best to save the zoo from this destruction they are now. But Gowan and their own people said no. But they are already seen the destruction they are caused. See, Biafrans, we are the children of light, and no human being can suppress us. They can do all they can, but still, God is God. Look at what is happening in our land every day. Insecurity. Why the insecurity? Because the politicians force the insecurity so that they can gain. Politicians are gaining in this corruption that in Nigeria. If there is a peace in Nigeria, those people will not see all these allowance they are getting, insecurity allowance. Our people are good people. But look at us. Our leader came back from United Kingdom, leave everything, came back here, starting preaching. We starting going around all the Biafra land. Millions of people following him. You never hear one day that one person get injured or get missed. For complete how many years he made the move. But look at today. If all these politicians move around once, 10 people are missing, injury everywhere. That is why when you see the truth, you follow the truth. Our people know the truth, but these politicians know that our leader is saying the truth, but they want to continue stealing the money, so that they can suppress us. But this time around, our eyes are open. Let them continue recruiting infiltrators everywhere. Let them continue, no problem. But they can never stop us. What we want is simple. Freedom. We don't hate anybody. We are not dragging any Nigeria with them. What we want to be free. If you are doing one Nigeria, do it on our, leave us alone. Leave us alone. For those who join IPOB because they want to get recognition from Nigeria, you are mistaken. What we want is Biafra. They think that one day our leader Mazi Nnamdi will deny Biafra. Little they don't know. That is why you see all those useless people are jumping up and down, asking Obi. They are not doing Obi because of their like Obi. No, they are doing it to suppress IPOB. We know their plans. As far as you see them, they jump up and down. What they want, they are thinking that by supporting Obi, IPOB will destroy. But they don't know. We are already take an oath to restore Biafra. They can never do anything. What we want is freedom. We don't need anything. Freedom. We want to go back where we are. Our fathers, these people kill our fathers without anything. Ask yourself, when these people started killing our fathers, what did our fathers do to them? Because we are strong people, we are hardworking people, we are doing things the way others are doing. We are listening the way this thing. That is envy. Nigeria are killing us because of envy. They don't like us. What they like is what is in our land. That is the only thing. If they can wipe us away now, they will be happy. But later they don't know, they can't close the eye that God created. We that children of Most High God. God created us and mount us here. Nobody will remove us from it. Whether Britain or Gango, the whole people in the whole world, we are not clear. The whole world know that what we want is only freedom. Let them build in Nigeria the way they like it, but leave this tiny land. Let them leave it for us. That's what we want. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi. Nobody else. If you are following any person that you are following, know that you are just mistaken. Mazi, thank you, Biafrans. What we know that these people are coming to kill us. What you should know is that train yourself well. Don't fear. Remove fear on your eye, because only fear can kill us more. Train yourself. Any day they are said is okay. Let us do it face to face. We will now know that we can defend our land. Our land must be free.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much for your contribution this morning. All right, our time is fast spent, and I'm not going to go beyond my time because Mazi Iyke is going to be coming in next. But to end this program, I have to read what Elochukwu wrote about our leader's last broadcast to us before he was renditioned, before he was abducted in Kenya, before he traveled to Kenya, actually. So let's listen to this. Let me read this out to you. It's very interesting because it's like a prayer. And everything that he said there, I want you to give it a thought when you go home. If you are able to come across this article, please read it the way Elochukwu has written it, and it will keep you and give you much strength to continue with the struggle, which is the vibe. It's like going to a gas station and pumping up the gas for you to continue, give you the strength, the energy to continue. Let me read this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's last statement before Nigerian government kidnapped him. Quote, I commit my hands unto thee, O Lord. I have done my part. It's time for me to start the journey. The rest of the world belongs to you, O Chukwu Okike Abiyama. The day ahead is very dangerous. It will be the most difficult day in this struggle. Many of you will be brought over, and many of you will fall out. The foundation of IPOB will shake. Many things will start happening, but we shall overpower them. These are the words of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They will start creating many groups to attack the IPOB foundation, and many people will die. How do you think the autopilot started? It's a prediction from our leader. He went ahead to say, for some of you who will overpower this temptation, you have been chosen to do this work. That's the indigenous people of Biafra. Those of us who are still on the path. The DOS, the Chika Edoziem, and the rest of them. We have to follow their instruction because they are the ones that our leader left to do this work. He asked us to pray with the book of the Psalms. He went ahead to say, after praying these Psalms, unimaginable things will begin to happen. He also said that he will be on the war front to lead this very battle. He is in the war front right now because he's leading the battle from wherever DSS dungeon has put him. Every single day that he raises his finger and suffers for this, the closer Biafra gets. And we have to realize this, that this man is on a mission to liberate his people, a mission to grant us freedom, a mission to give us life, to give us hope, to give us all that we ask for, because we know that Chukwu Okike Abiyama is on our side. There is nothing any of them can do to stop us. We are here, resolute. We want to remain resolute, and for you to succeed in whatever you are doing, consistency is the word. When you are consistent in your struggle, don't be distracted in any shape or form. Biafra in the hand will come to us. From this, I say good day and good night, good morning, good afternoon, good night to each and every one of you, wherever you are. But please stay tuned because Mazi Iyke, USA 1 is coming in next. From here, from me, don't fail to remind you always that Biafra is our religion. And here on Radio Biafra is where we worship. From here, from me, it's goodbye.
September of 1970, we would have won. That would have been victory. Nixon would have stepped in. That would have been victory. But we gave up as we always do. Man, this UG. After a little, mental toughness is not in us. After a little thing, we just give up. Look at Trump, how Trump is fighting. It is enough. Oh, why don't you concede now? Oh, why don't you give up now? Hey, give up now. Let's leave it for God. Let God do it. Trump said no. Because in a first world like the United States of America, any hint of electoral fraud ought to be investigated. These are white people. You think they're going to tolerate? You think they are black Africans? No. I'm not saying that Biden did not win. I'm not saying that. But there are evidence of electoral fraud, and it is being investigated. Look at all of you in Africa. Look at all of you are debating. How many people are on the electoral roll? How many people actually voted? Can you mark their signatures? That is how human beings reason in disease. Let's leave it now for God. Hey, it's 2023. Let's leave it now. These UG black people, we must be focused. A lot of things are happening. And this evening, I must make you understand this. We are not folding our arms, and we're not going to allow them to overrun us. They have overrun parts of Benue. That is their game plan. That is one thing on why he doesn't know. Iyke doesn't know. Obiano, all these idiotic governors, or maybe they know. The allure of being a vice president to a Janjaweed is what is propelling them. Do you know that in Benue State they want to install a Sadwana in Otrubo? In our own Otrubo? They want to put Sadwana there. Now, let me say this thing to the so-called middle belt. Of course, Otrubo is part and parcel of Biafra, but let me, for the benefit of this very analysis, let's call them middle belt. Do you remember that you fought against Ojukwu? Do you remember that the same propaganda they're using now to get some of you Ifulefus, they deployed it in the middle belt. They told them Ojukwu is here to take over their land, to dominate them, to make their life a misery. They foolishly fought against Biafra. But today, the man that told you that Ojukwu is your problem is planning to install a Sadwana in Otrubo. What does that mean? Because some of you do not know history. You have no knowledge of history. You know, some of you go through zoo primary school, zoo secondary school, zoo university. You know nothing. Your brains are empty. As one man, I think it was a professor that said that a graduate in Nigeria is more dangerous than an illiterate. Because half education is dangerous. You know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Look at your history books. The same game they played in Gobe, in Sokoto, is happening now at your doorstep in Otrubo. Sadwana in Otrubo. This is your one Nigeria for you. Anybody who, do you see why I said anybody who believes in Nigeria, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, I shouldn't swear that I am live on air. I don't regard you as a human being. Once you get up and you say, I am a Nigerian, heaven knows you are lower, before my sight, you are lower than an animal. You are one Nigeria. Ojukwu is your problem. Igbo is your problem. Nnamdi Kanu is your problem. Biafra is your problem. They have come to Otrubo. First, they divide you. That's what they do. They divide you and they conquer you piecemeal by piecemeal, territory after territory. Have you seen it? They have come now to Otrubo. The same place they couldn't penetrate for nearly 5,000 years. They have now come. How did they succeed? Because they told you that you're different. You're not part of them. You're part of us. North. One North. Igbo man is your problem. Now, Fulani is your problem, isn't it? Sadwana of Otrubo. That land is gone. And unless they fight, he's gone forever and ever. I'm telling you the truth. They have to join us and fight. You must fight. You have to fight. If you don't fight, your land is gone. Because what is going to happen is when they have the election, Fulani man is INEC chairman. You know they're going to remove Obaseki very soon. Obaseki will be out from the state. They'll kick him out. Certificate forgery, he's gone.
Do you know what they will do? They will impose their people on you. Who voted for Hope Uzodinma? Some people today in Imo State are saying, our governor, I keep asking myself, are you sure you created these people? Are they human beings? Who voted for him? Nobody. The same way it was an experiment. As you have accepted Hope Uzodinma, so will you accept whoever they impose as Ohaneze President General? And your lives are over. And then what they will do now is to be fighting IPOB. And some of you very gullibly and very foolishly, without the benefit of common sense, reasoning or understanding, will join them. Because you are foolish. The only thing that you need to ask these people is this. The only question you need to ask them is this. Who killed the girl at Uli? Who killed her? Who killed the girl at Uli and cut her body into pieces? All these people now issuing statement after statement. Of course, I know they are fake. And I'm saying now that DSS is issuing fake statement after fake statement. Who issued a statement when that lady was murdered? She was raped and cut into pieces. An Igbo woman. How many Igbo groups came up then to speak? All these idiots now writing their long epistles for Nation newspaper, for Sahara reporters writing garbage. How many of you wrote your epistle when your sister was raped by uncircumcised Fulani Janjaweed and her body cut into pieces in our land, an abomination? You said nothing. These are the people now that some of you idiots are listening to. When they went to Ozo1, go and Google it, Ozo1, that Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was calling Buhari, then Buhari refused to take his call. Go and check it until the Fulani is finished massacring our people there. What did you do? Nothing. And you think that under my watch I'm going to allow the Fulani Janjaweed to overrun our land? We will all die. I told you that I'm coming, that I'll bring hell with me. You think I've forgotten? Anything I tell I'm going to do it. And I will come. And I will bring hell with me. Because nobody is going to stop us. Nobody is going to stop us. Everywhere there is kidnapping, everywhere you go to, bandits are killing. Just Google it, in the news. Every blessed day, people are dying. People are being kidnapped. Every blessed day. And some idiots are getting up and talking about one Nigeria. Do you see how foolish some idiots are? You are talking about one Nigeria when in Oturubo there is a Sadwana in Oturubo. All of us must understand this, that Eastern Security Network has come to stay, is not going anywhere. Everybody in the international community is aware of our sensitization efforts. And now the world understands that the main perpetrators of violent attacks against our people, against everybody, including even some Fulani peasants, are extremists from the north, spearheaded by the Fulani Caliphate. Before the coming of IPOB, the Fulani, through the aid of the British government and their Zoom media that they control, have always lied about the reality of events in the zoo. Everything is farmer header clash, farmer header clash. These are people taking over the land of the indigenous populations. This left the international community confused for very many years, until we came and spent a whole lot of money on our consultants in Washington. It is not hidden. The Department of Justice in America has the details of our contract, and somebody will rise up and say, oh, but where are they spending all the money? Ask him what they're doing with that. The idiots, some fools who are aware of our financial commitments all over the world. That was when I knew that some people are satanic. Some people are I don't know where they came from to even join IPOB in the first place. Department of Justice in America has our contract, which the zoo, Karabashe, has been talking about for very many years. Is there how much we pay them on a monthly basis? And, some people are evil by nature. Evil, it's not going to deter us. We'll continue to move. Are you aware that in Enugu, a Fulani man shot dead a traditional ruler
wearing a police uniform. This is the one Nigeria they want you to belong. This is one Nigeria. Go and tell the family of that traditional ruler about one Nigeria. A policeman, because he's a Fulani. Can you imagine an Igbo man, constable or inspector, going to the north and killing an emir? What do you think will happen? They will kill every Igbo person in that state. But in Enugu, because you people, you allow them, these insults you're receiving is because of, your envy. An Igbo man is very envious by nature. Very envious to the point of destruction. Now look at the Igwe they have killed, the Eze they killed in Enugu. What is going to happen? Nothing. Because you have women, I wouldn't insult women, please, forgive me. You have wretched, lily-livered cowards as your political leaders. I ask you this question: do you think an Igbo policeman can go to the north and go to storm a village and kill an emir? Is that possible? No. But it's happening in your land. And you open your dirty mouth to say you're a Nigerian. God punish you. Punish you now and punish you forever. The one Nigeria, mad people everywhere. Bandits from Mali are trying to enter Nigeria through Oyo, Makinde. Who hasn't heard that? So you want me to remain in Biafra land and allow people from Mali to come to my village and build a settlement in my village from Mali? Let me say what is going to happen this year. We will start with the saboteurs in our land. I'm telling you the truth. Anytime, start anyone that collaborates with DSS to issue a statement, bring the person's name and the address. I'm saying it live on air. When it will start happening in our land, I will be in The Hague, very close to ICC. They don't need to write any letter to me. Once they say come, I'll just walk in. Anybody from today onwards, anytime you read a statement, we are against ESN, we are against Eastern Security Network, get us the name of that person and the village he comes from and his address, and you will hear what will happen to the idiot. You will hear what happened to them. Have you not seen or read what is going on here? People from Mali. From Mali, are you telling me that I should allow, Omahi is telling me that I should allow people from Mali, under the guise of Fulani, to come in Izi and build a settlement? Like, what type of God made you people, for goodness sake? Are you people human beings at all? You idiots it is here, it is not from Radio Biafra, it is not from any Biafra friendly publication. This is from Premium Times, a Fulani newspaper publication. Bandits, terrorists from Mali, they come to Izi and Ezar and build a settlement. And because Omahi wants to be vice president to whoever in 2023, because of that, I should allow a terrorist all the way from Mali to come and build settlement in Ebonyi State. Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what you're saying? No, let's be very clear. Is that what you're saying to me? Then tell me why thunder will not fire you. Just explain to me why God will not destroy you and your lineage. You hate yourself that much? Did you see the idiotic governance that you have? These are the idiots, the wretched fools that you have. That is why Biafra is going to. We don't care how long it takes. We don't care. We are going to keep fighting until Biafra is restored, or we all die. If Biafra doesn't come, we all perish. And I will lead it from the front. And when it happens, I will tell you I'm here, leading this very battle from the front. If you're nursing this idea of your stupid one Nigeria, may thunder consume you. May thunder that has not clapped yet consume, lightning and thunder consume you. You have seen that the zoo is a cesspit of evil. You don't go to school. You don't have electricity. You don't have running water. You allow them to divide you all the time. All the time. I don't know why you people are not mentally tough. Look at the NSAS. They brought in religion. They brought in tribe. And all of you fell apart. Some stupid journalists in Lagos. Idiotic Yoruba journalists in Lagos. Tell that nonsense. Igbos are destroying our properties. And all of you just capitulated and fell apart. That means you are not ready for a revolution. You don't want your lives to change. Because in a revolution, there is no other side consideration apart from the goal and the mission in front, which is freedom. No, it's the Christians against Muslims, Jews against the Christians. He said he wants to bring Judaism. Oh, we are Christians, so we are Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's from Assemblies of God Church. You allow yourselves to be divided. That means you are not ready to make that move towards freedom. That was how EndSARS fell apart last year. Just like that. You allow them to divide you. Every time, the same thing they are trying to do in Biafra land, the same thing they have done for years. Oh, Igbo is not Igbo. Igbo is not Igbo. I'm from Anyama. Anyama is not Igbo. You keep allowing yourselves to be divided, whereas those dividing you are bringing their brothers from Mali. Are you see how foolish you are? Do you see how stupid and idiotic you are? I'm not Igbo. I'm from Niger Delta. Look at me, a lawyer for that matter. But the person telling him to say he is not Igbo is bringing their own people from Senegal, from Gambia, from Mali to come and build settlement in LM. In LL. Are you aware of that? These are people that claim the way. You know, when a Biafran claim they went to school and a lawyer, you know the person is a complete animal and a complete fool. The person telling you to say your name is Niger Delta, I'm Niger, I'm South. He is busy bringing uniting Fulani in Niger Republic, in Cameroon, in Chad, in Mali. Why can't your brain ever tell you something? Because we are very foolish. This is a New Year's message. What we are saying this year is that we are going to intensify our efforts to flush out. They will try us, so don't think they will not come. They will come. Of course, they will try us. Forget how that Razmataz flying a deadbeat helicopter flying all over the air rubbish. We are waiting for them to commit their men on the ground. You know, it is very easy for them. The mistake, not the mistake I made, what we should have done when I left prison in 2017 is to go into a bush. You know, they specialize in killing civilians and burning down houses. That's what they do. Once in the bush, they can't come in. If you're fighting Boko Haram in a savannah, in a grassland, you cannot defeat them. And you want to come into a rainforest to come. It took Britain 40 years. And the saboteurs, it took Britain 40 years, their court murder saboteurs, to penetrate our land. 40 years. Imagine Buratai. Look at Buratai. He looks smelly. Now looking at him, he looks dirty. And you know he smells. By just smelling, he looks physically, his physical appearance, you know he's a very filthy idiot. Look at Buratai. Something that took Britain 40 years, our fathers, when there was no internet, when people could not go and learn how to build an explosive within 5 minutes. It took them 40 years to move from Calabar to Otubo. 40 years. Then let Buratai come. Let me make one thing very clear. Fulani, they are very foolish, they will come. Expansionism is in their blood. They want to take other people's territory. That is how they are wired genetically. But telling me that Fulani can come from Mali to come and take our land, kill my sister, rape my mother, kill my sister, and do settlement in the name of one Nigeria. It won't happen, no? It won't happen. And all these idiots, because of presidencies, are turn to go and chop. Obasanjo was president for 8 years. Are Yorubas having fun? All of you idiots with your stupid, idiotic Igbo presidency. For 8 years, you're clamoring for presidency because you want to go and eat your own. It's your turn. Maybe one of these idiotic criminals can get in there. Is you start eating, you start traveling and living large. You are dreaming. Seriously, all of you are dreaming. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen until it happens. But I know that the idiots are coming. And when they come, it is a lesson of their lives. And no Sabo will go free. Don't think you're Sabo, all these idiots born under Ojoleba Bridge, writing rubbish from Lagos. You detribalized idiot. we will find you in that place where you are. We will find you where you are. This year will be a year of cleansing our land of Sabo. Cleansing. That thing that will happen in 2033, let it happen now. That ICC, let us all go there. Because if I go to ICC, they will ask me to bring people to testify either for or against me. Isn't it? And then we'll call witnesses then from the zoo. Sabo is a problem in our land, and it's about time that they're dealt with. I'm saying it live so the whole world can hear. Sabo in our land must be dealt with henceforth. Because if if they make a phone call and there is nobody to pick their call, I'm sure they'll start reasoning very well. This nonsensical garbage called Nigeria must come to an end. We are going to fight for our freedom. We will keep fighting for our freedom until that freedom is attained, until we get it. There is no two ways about it. We are not going to stop. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever, until Biafra is restored. Then our work is done. I want us to be very, very vigilant. They will do everything. They're changing their SIM card. All this nonsense is because of Biafra agitation. They think they can cage everybody. And what pains me is that most of the journalists in Nigeria, I don't know from which planet they came from, some of them. Hardened agents of oppression, serving Fulani, or without knowing they're serving Fulani, they think they're having fun, writing rubbish. Not think they're serving Fulani. The journalists in the zoo called Nigeria must sit up, write objectively and the truth. If because you want Tinubu to become president so you can benefit, because of that, you don't want to do the war to be independent. Because of that, you don't want Biafra to be independent. Let me, as somebody quite rightly said a while back, all of them, from Ibi, from Fulani, from Biafra, be from Oduduwa, all their political class, they are in it because of what they can gain, not because they love you. It's because of their turn. It's like a cozy old boys network. They know what they're doing. Ordinary people are suffering. Their own children are going to school abroad, having fun, the best medical care, and you are an idiot with 2,000 naira data supporting them. Had French people behaved the way that you're behaving in the zoo called Nigeria, do you think that France would be developed? France, they had. I keep telling you this all the time. This Yoji, I don't know why they don't understand it. You can never go forward without a revolution. France had it. Britain, you see, United Kingdom, revolution was there, led by Oliver Cromwell. In America, George Washington led a revolution. In Russia, there was a revolution. In China, Chairman Mao led a revolution. Everywhere in the world that people have moved forward, there was a revolution. But in your own case, ESN, don't even try it. There is no law. Which law established Fulani banditry? Somebody will come and be raping your wife and you're quoting the law. You're quoting the law. Anyway, some of you take your mothers and go and do ritual. So you don't have any soul anymore. You live in Abuja, you live in Lagos. You people you have no soul. You're not human. You are not human anymore. After all, if you can use your mother to do ritual, who would you sell out? Who will you not sell out? All these flavors in Lagos and in Abuja, talking rubbish every blessed day. You think you can bring down IPOB? Oh dear. How foolish some people are. With that, we have come to the end of our program this very evening. As I said before, there are many things we are doing. We are not at liberty to announce live on air. A lot of things are happening and we're moving forward. But you know that any great army in this world marches on its stomach. For us to sustain ESN, they have to eat. We have to clothe them. Every blessed day, they have to look very neat. They are in our bushes fighting to protect our heritage and our homeland. And we must support them. We must. All the way from Cross River to Edo State, we must support them to defend our land. Or else, they are coming from Mali. Don't say they didn't warn you. Sadwana of Oturubo, maybe very soon there'll be Sadwana of Benin City, or Sadwana of Ishekiri, or Sadwana of Monegoa. then you know you've arrived. You see Iyke, he's a dead man walking. Thank you very much for listening. Until next time, when Facebook, of course, doesn't matter what Facebook does. This year is going to be very remarkable. It's going to be an open hunting season for saboteurs this year, because Biafra must come. Because Chukwu Okike Abiama said so. Wherever you are around the world, you must remain resolute, determined, and very firm in your belief that Biafra is your right. Biafra existed before Britain was created by Norman conquerors, and it shall exist again, and with it freedom for all in Black Africa and beyond. Until next time, from me, from here, it is good evening.
Wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. Once again, we welcome you to our live presentation on this glorious platform, this Radio Biafra, on this day, Wednesday, the 3rd day of March, in the year of almost High Elohim 2021. The time now is exactly 3 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, 3 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are, where you're listening to us from. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I welcome you, please try as much as possible to welcome those around you, because I am not able to come to you live on Facebook, my private page and my fan page, because anytime they know there are difficult issues to be dealt with and that I'm going to preach, they look for a reason to suspend my account for even a few more days. That's what they do now on a regular basis. I do not blame them. But my only prayer is that all those people working for Facebook from different ethnic nationalities around the zoo, may Fulani, Janjaweed, bandits locate you and your family. The day they will find you and your family, you will understand the importance of the work that IPOB is doing. You will then appreciate the enormity of the task regarding awareness that Radio Biafra is here to propagate. It is for your own safety, but some of you will not understand because you're black people and you do not reason very well. But here we are doing all we can to ensure that our people can reason very well, and I'm glad to say that they are beginning to reason well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Not minding the shenanigans of Facebook and their likes, we are transmitting live and direct to the entirety of humanity this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, because we are on IPOB community radio. It doesn't cost you anything. We know that some people, or should I say most areas in Nsoka, they are listening to us this very evening in the blessed land of Biafra. We are also on Radio Biafra app. We are on tuning, we are on FM, we are on satellite, we are everywhere. And also we are on Twitter. If you go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will be able to follow this very event. This very evening we have come here to preach the gospel of truth, the gospel of enlightenment, the gospel of hope. Because right from the onset, we have remained whiter than white and whiter than snow, unblemished. Unblemished. That is why every endeavor, every venture that we dabble into, insofar as this restoration is concerned, Chukwu Okike Abiama has always been there to bless us. And things are happening today thanks to the grace of Almighty in our lives, because we are clean and shall continue to be so until Biafra is restored and beyond. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. Those who were born to restore Biafra. Those who do not listen or pay attention to any distractions, they are focused on that very single objective, to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth, to bring light where currently, should I say presently, there is darkness all across the black world. We have come to fulfill the scriptures. We have come to fulfill the will of the Father in heaven. We have come to complete that very assignment which our eternal leader started, which is to restore Biafra in our time, in truth and in every honesty. I am the director of radio Biafra television, and by the very special grace of God Almighty in heaven himself, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, we are going to pray, and then after that we shall discuss, we shall teach, we shall lecture, and also we shall prophesy if the Spirit leads us in that very direction. Do not forget your pen and your paper. And for those of you, I know that some of you stream this on Facebook, stream it right across the entire platform that is Facebook. People have streamed it live on their respective private pages. You can go there to follow and to also read what each other is saying. But we must proceed. But before we do so, we must pray as it is customary for us here to do. And I shall pray in the language of heaven, the oldest language on the face of this very earth, the language that Britain doesn't want to hear people speak, the very language that drives away evil spirit, the very language that ensures that you cannot deceive the people, because you can deceive the people with English language, but you cannot deceive the people with the language of the ancients. We must bow our heads. Chineke nna nke pụrụ ime ihe niile, onye anyị na-akpọ ka ụtụtụ ehihie abalị, onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka anyị ji wee hiwe isi, onye anyị ji eme ọnụ, onye sitere sọsọ n'okwu ọnụ ya wee hazie ọnọdụ nke mmadụ dị ndụ n'elu ụwa, onye ihe niile o kere eke na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọ bụ naanị ka mbara igwe na-egosi ọrụ aka ya. Ọ bụ naanị ka anyanwụ na kpakpando n'ọnwa na-erubere isi. Ọ bụ naanị sọsọ ka usu niile nke ime eluigwe na-efe. Ọ bụ naanị ka ndị mmụọ ozi na-aja mma. Ọ bụ naanị ka ndị okenye olu abụọ na anọ na-atụ mkpọ ọlaedo n'ala ụbọchị niile na-asị na ede nsọ Chineke. Anyị wee na-asị na anyị ga-ebuli gị elu n'ime ọnọdụ anyị niile, agbanyeghị ihe anyị onwe anyị na-agabiga, agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro, agbanyeghị ekworo niile, agbanyeghị anya ukwu niile, agbanyeghị ntamu niile. Onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna kere ihe niile kere eke mana onwe onye kere ya. Ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-erubere isi, naanị ka anyị na-akpọku. Anyị adaberewo n'ime gị wee na-asị, ebe ọ bụ naanị ka ike niile nọ n'ọbadara aka nna nke ndị nsọ, bịakwa ka iwe ememila ndị iro Biafra ka ha onwe ha si wee nechere anyị echiche ọjọọ. Bịakwa nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka aka nsị ha wee baa ha ọnụ, lekwa atụmatụ ọjọọ ha niile, kwee ka o wee laghachi n'isi ha niile ka o si wee na-eme n'ụbọchị nketa obodo ekwensu bụ zuu Naijiria. Lekwa Naijiria ma dọsa ya. Chineke nna dị ngọzi, onye ọbụla na-ekpe ekpere ka Naijiria wee wuru ofu, nna nke ebere jide ndị dị etu a wee laa ha n'iyi. Chineke nna kiwe biko bịa ka iwe kpọọ ha ọkụ, kpọọ ezinụlọ ha ọkụ ka ha ra, agbanyeghị ndị ha bụ, ọbụladị ndị ụkọchukwu, onye ọbụla mehie ọnụ ma kulie wee sị na ọ ga-adịrị Naijiria na mma, ọ ga-adịrị onye ahụ na mma na ezinụlọ ya na mma site n'ebighị na ruo n'ebighị. Onye dị nsọ mgbe niile, ihu nwoke ụmụ gị si wee na-ata ahụhụ, ihu ihe hopu ụzọ dị mma na-eme, ihu ihe nwe ike na-ezuzu ka ndị agbara ọbụ n'isi wee na-agara ndị ọjọọ ozi, wee were ndụ ụmụ gị wee na-achụ aja ebe ndị na-ebighị ugwu nọ. N'ụbọchị nke taa na-abalị na ala nsọ bụ Biafra ka na-akpọkwa ha nsọ, na-asị biko bịa ka iwe mere anyị ebere. Lekwa ndị dị etu a wee laa ha n'iyi. Kpọlite mmụọ ndị niile bụ ndị egburu egbu nna nke ebere, tinye anyị ego, tinye anyị iwe n'ime, ka ndị dị etu a bụ ndị pụta na so na ụmụ gị agaghị adị ndụ nna nke igwe, bịa ka iwe kpochapụ ha niile. Kama na ihe ahụ ga-eme n'afọ ọzọ ka o wee mee n'ime afọ a. Anyị wee na-ajaghị mma wee na-eto gị na-asị biko n'eze ebube dị ngọzi, bịa ka iwe rọpụtara anyị ụzọ ebe ụzọ na-adịghị. Na ndị a niile bụ ụmụ gị n'ụwa niile, lekwe ezinụlọ nke ego nwere aka gị wee hiwe bụ IPOB ma gọzie IPOB n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Lekwa ESN ma tee ha mmanụ. Uwe okpu ugo nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Uwe okpu nna nke ebere onye ime eluigwe adịghị ka anyị na-arịọ gị. N'ihi na dị ga-agbanwe ọ bụghị bụ Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile, biko nụ zọpụta ndị gị. Lekwe ESN ma chebe ha. Chebe ezinụlọ ndị eziokwu nọ n'ime IPOB n'ụwa niile. Bụ ndị anyị na-etu ụmụ Chineke n'ihi na ọ bụ ụmụ gị ka ha bụ. N'ihi na ụwa achị anya ọchị ọba ha nsọ ka ha na-achị ọchị. Ọwa aha gị ka abara anyị niile na nke igwe. N'ihi na onye nwe anyị na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi dịka ha m si wee dị. Anyị wee na-eto iwe na-adịghị ma na-agọzi gị wee na-ebuli gị elu na-asị ọkaka eze ndị eze mbuli elu bụrụ nke naanị gị ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị ebi ka anyị na-arịọ gị ise. I have just prayed in the language of heaven, the oldest language in the world, which some people do not want you to understand, but we know all these things, and it's our duty and responsibility to teach, to lecture this very fact until we come to the realization that only Biafra can save us. My happiness today is that regardless of what the enemies have been doing, secretly behind, they admire the work that we are doing here on this noble platform. They may come out initially to try to castigate what we are doing, but eventually they go back, they admire, they respect us for what we are doing, and secretly they wish they can be like us. Or some of them, the older Ifulefus, they wish that their children would be like us. But they can never be like us, because before we came, there was none like us. Before we came, there was nobody, no entity like us. Now we are here. You can pretend, you can copy all you like. You can never be like us, IPOB. And at the end of the day, when we must have served our purpose on this very earth and gone yonder, those who are still living by then will wish that we lived forever. That is the uniqueness of this noble family IPOB that people don't understand. Only people who are in the spirit can see what it means to be a family member of IPOB, because in the end we win. At the end of every process, regardless of how you see it, in the end, perhaps bitterness and envy won't allow you to acknowledge it, but deep down you know that without this IPOB, today the entire South would have been overrun. Some of you be answering Shuaibu, carrying your Quran to the nearest, dilapidated building, hastily converted into a mosque. We are your living saviors on this very earth, by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Without IPOB today, the entire south of Nigeria would have been gone. They will take all of you one after the other. You cannot do nothing about it. So before you go to sleep tonight, if you are in that part of the world where is darkness now, or before bedtime, so to speak, pray for IPOB, pray for Eastern Security Network, and pray for all those piloting the affairs of IPOB, because without IPOB, all of you would have been gone by now. As I wrote earlier before I came live on air, the reason why they have not proscribed any of the Fulani terror groups that you have tormenting all of you in the zoo is because they are part and parcel of the wider Fulani agenda to Islamize you, to conquer you, to subjugate you and turn ancestral lands into Fulani Emirates, loyal to Sokoto Caliphate. That has been their game plan from the beginning. Because each time we preach this very gospel, I say to some of you who are not given to reading all the time, I ask you please to carry out a very simple experiment. I want you to write to various governments of the world. You can pick maybe one or two governments and write to them and ask them what they think that Nigeria is in terms of religious affiliation. Ask them, what sort of country is Nigeria? Is it a Christian country? Is it a country of atheists? Is it a country of enemies? Or is it a country of Islam? they will tell you that it is a country of Islam. That is what they will tell you. That is the impression they have given to them right across the world. No one outside the shores of the damnable Zoological Republic is aware that Muslims in Nigeria are actually a minority, not a majority, minority, a significant minority at that. They brought all their killers and rapists and murderers, organized them efficiently under Mietiala. How they are going to enter into your territory is with their cattle. Out of a combination of idiocy and stupidness, so to speak, we allowed them to come into us. And today, everybody is struggling. I want to read out a headline only, because everything we preach on Radio Biafra is from what they are publishing in Zoo, one Nigeria supporting newspapers and media houses. Not from us, before they say we made it up. And sometimes when you read this very news, you cannot believe what your ears are hearing. And what I find astonishing is that I am tired of saying this, but there is something wrong with black people. When I say, they say I'm insulting them. I'm not insulting anyone, but there has to be something wrong with you. For supposedly 200 million people, let me say 180 million people, minus the 20 million that I believe are of Fulani descent. They are in a place called Nigeria, where they are controlling you. They are not original to Nigeria to start with. They came from the foothills of the Futajalon. They traveled all the way to the Zoological Republic. They took over your land from you. They took over Hausa land, you learnt nothing from it. They started coming. They took Gwari land, nothing. They took the land of the Bachama, they took Birom land, they took part of TV land, everything. They took Kanuri land. Nobody said anything. Every land in the zoo they want to occupy. And the funniest thing is that the more they take people's land, the more those who are yet to be conquered are just there looking like people who are hypnotized. Hypnotized out of stupidity and ignorance, that they do nothing about their plight until it is too late. When it is too late now, they start jumping all over the place, trying to rectify it. Something that they themselves cannot do. Everybody in the zoo now is aware. This is according to a Janjaweed publication, Premium Times. We brought in Fulani from Mali, from Sierra Leone, from Senegal, and others to win 2015 election. Kawu Baraje said. And after rigging the election for them and killing on their behalf, they refused to leave. This tells you two critical things about the Fulani in Nigeria. One, Fulani doesn't have the numbers to fight. That's number one. And number two, they always get other people to do their dirty work for them. Always getting other people to do their dirty work for them. The same way they're using Hopus or them to do his own dirty work. Using Iyke to do it. Using one hotel building idiot, a criminal that calls himself a freedom fighter, to do their bidding. Fulani will always use you. They claim they are in the majority, but they have to go and import terrorists from across West Africa in order to rig election. For the now late dead Buhari, that his skeletons are in the hot desert of Saudi Arabia. All of you are aware. And what astonishes me is, why is it that black people have this mentality? You sit down there, and you do nothing. Absolutely nothing until it is too late. Until you are conquered, until you are taken. Now you start running all over the place, asking for help from all over the world. Did they start their killings today? The answer is no. Go and read the history of Benue Plateau. Read the history of the Middle Belt. You will see that the subjugation of the majority indigenous people have been ongoing from day one, using them Hausa Fulani. All of you were there watching. Doing nothing. No, if you no. Look at Igbo man is there. Look at the east. Can't you see them? Biafra. Do you want Biafra to come? That was how they even deceived my Yoruba brothers and sisters. They deceived them completely. Look at as educated as Yoruba people are. Fulani Chinama, cattle rearers deceived them, telling them that if you fight an Igbo man, we will have a better life, not knowing that they were setting up the Yoruba for conquest. Today they are in Yoruba forests, sending them on exile out of Yoruba land. They are refugees in Benin Republic. Today they are in Ondo Forest. They have refused to move. They are from abroad though. That was why when they said that these people killing all of us are from abroad, they knew what they were saying. Let me have some water. They knew what they were saying. This is Kawu Baraje. This man said he has traced he traced the origin of the current insecurity in Nigeria to the influx of Fulani. He said it is Premium Times is a Fulani newspaper. Before anybody will accuse us of bias, do you see why Facebook doesn't want me to preach on their platform? They know we have opened the eyes of people. I got information this morning. Lots of them saying before, oh, he's a rabble, he's a this, he's a. Today I am getting confirmation. A very important person called me and confessed and said that those who were against her before for supporting me, all of a sudden they are now calling her and telling her how wrong they were. These are people in Abuja, the so-called, the real hardened fulefus in Abuja. Now they are calling and saying, oh, please, if you see Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB, you thank them. It's about time we key into what they're doing. We are the ones who are the fools. We've been wrong all along. They're the ones who have been right all these years. They brought in Fulani from across the Sahel to rig elections. All of you were watching, you did nothing. They brought in little kids from Niger. During the election, they brought in their cousins from Niger Republic to come into a so-called one Nigeria, to come and campaign for them. They brought them from Chad, from Niger, everywhere, to come and vote from Northern Cameroon. All of you were just there watching. As they were eating you up, you were shouting one Nigeria. They were eating you alive. You never knew the idiotic mess you were in. You were busy shouting one Nigeria, shouting one like a demented idiot. Look at where you are today. Those people they brought into your land, they have refused to go. And there is one thing that I find baffling. And I want people to consider, to sit down, to think about what I have to say now. Please think about it very carefully. Since they brought in, by their own admission, they brought in these people from across the Sahel. I am asking them, since they brought them from across the Sahel, can somebody tell me how they came to be in possession of AK-47? But they were very clever. You see, very, very smart, very smart. Britain was advising them. Britain told them that your entry route into the heartland of the South is with your cattle. Don't call them. These are people they brought in to rig election for them. After the election, they have decided to settle them down. In order to justify their presence in your forest, they are now telling you that they are headsmen, that they belong to this, that they are pastoralists. Under Mietiala. Do you see how clever? They think they are clever. They never knew we would come. Fulani never envisaged that the likes of Nnamdi Kanu will ever emerge. They never in a million years. They thought that you can bribe anybody. You can buy anybody. Offer him a jet, give him money, tell him, promise him good life with his family. Anywhere he wants. Promise him a house, mansion, oil well, anything he wants. Give him this money. After all, you can buy any woman. You can buy them. They are very weak. You can buy all of them. They never knew who we were. That I come from a line, I wouldn't call it royal, a line of nobility, where you have noble men that do not sell their conscience. If you knew my father, you will testify to what I'm telling you. Ask those that knew him, they will tell you who he is. Noble people, they do not compromise. Never. And then we came, or should I say, Chukwuka Gabiama determined that we should come at this time to save you. Not just to save Igbo people, not just to save Ibibio, not to save Efik alone, not to save Ejo, not to save Isoko, Urobo, Ishekiri, Igodomigodo. No, not at all. But to set free everybody trapped in the colonial enclave called Nigeria. Because as I told you 2 days ago, those ruling Nigeria now are not Nigerians. If I thought there's anything like, let us assume there is something called Nigeria that Britain created. The people in charge now are not Nigerians. They are not indigenous to the land. They do not have a home. They have no home address. If you ask them, where is your home address? They don't have. They are nomads. If you don't know the meaning of nomad or nomadic life, go and Google it or look for your dictionary. That was why Jonathan set up nomadic education. Nomads means people that wander, wandering people. They don't stay in one place. They keep moving all over the place. Abraham in the Bible, that begot all of us, was a nomad. Until at a time, Elohim said to him, you should stop moving about all over the place. You have to stay in one place. But these people are still one of the few primitive tribes in the world moving their livestock from one place to another. So anywhere night comes is home. I want ethnic nationalities in Nigeria to understand the mess they are in. Some of you have no idea the type of the state of hopelessness you're in. I am here to remind you of it. And you may not act upon it, but try to tell your children what you've heard on Radio Biafra. So in the future, as their mother is being raped or their sister abducted, they'll say, oh, daddy, remember that thing you told us you heard on Radio Biafra? That is why we preach this gospel the way we do. They came from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from Senegal, from Chad, because Fulani in Nigeria hasn't got the numbers to fight. The reason why Southerners have not been attacked in the north, allow me to repeat, the only reason why Southerners have not been attacked in the north is because poor Hausa peasants that the Fulanis have ground into the dust. If you want to see poverty, go to Kanu. Go to Kanu State. You see what is poverty. This same downtrodden, because Fulani is a specialist in using people. They love to use people. These same people, they have traumatized their fathers, their grandfathers, every of their lineage going back 6 generations or more. The Hausas have just realized, courtesy of Radio Biafra, that we are no longer going to go out to kill Igbo people. We cannot do it for you anymore. And the Fulanis do not have the numbers to do so. Do you know how they managed to stop tomatoes and onions from coming down these past few days? Because anywhere you have any institution you have Fulani in it, they always aspire to be at the head, to be giving orders and command. So they set up checkpoints where the commander of that very detachment is a Fulani person. That's how they're ruling you. If all of us open our eyes tomorrow to say enough is enough, Fulani will be sent packing. I'm not asking for them to be attacked or for anybody to, but they cannot be in our forest though. Makade Mama, they cannot be in our, no, God forbid bad thing. Let heaven fall, they cannot be in our forest. If we find them there, they are gone. And of course, some of them can testify to the goodness of the Lord. In that regard, if we find you in any forest in the east, you are a goner. As I'm speaking, record what I'm telling you, record it, tape it down, and send to anybody you feel like sending it to. Our people must understand something. Those killing you are from Senegal, they are from Mali, they are from Niger, they are from Sierra Leone, they are from Chad. They came to rig elections. All of you were there when 7-year-olds were voting in Kanu. You are there, you saw it. All of you saw it. People say, oh, well, why do you speak this way about black? I say, because black people are useless. They never act on that thing that is right. Never. Morally speaking, black people are bankrupt morally. Moral bankruptcy. All of you, including your INEC, including observers from Europe, all of you came down during the elections of, was it 2015? You saw kids voting in Kanu state. You came again in 2019? You saw people, little children voting from Niger Republic. Didn't you see them? What did you do? You said, oh, although there was rigging, we voted for them. APC won landslide again. They gave money to newspapers. You see, in Africa, every layer of life, or should I say existence, from your doctors to your lawyers, some of them, to your, let's say legal practitioners, we'll bring it down to those holding high public offices and those serving beneath them. Have you seen the level of wickedness? Do you know that a doctor who took an oath, according to medical ethics, if you see somebody dying is an emergency, you must treat that very person before asking for money. As long as you have the necessary materials or tools to treat that person, you must treat them. That is medical ethic. I think it's medicine 101. Go to anywhere, and the number one thing is to save life. But do you know that a doctor will know that somebody is... I'm digressing a bit because I want to tell you about the depth of what I call moral bankruptcy in the makeup, in the DNA of black people, why we are in the mess we are in today, and why the Fulanis are ruling all of us. Visit us. A doctor will tell you to go and bring deposit. If you don't bring deposit, that somebody will die. You think it's a joke? He'll be there. He'll be looking at somebody dying. You know, when I look at doctors in Nigeria, I know that, when I say people flinch, they say, hey, don't say, I know that the devil must be a black man. See, Satan must be from Africa somewhere. Lucifer. Do you know why I say that? You see a doctor watching somebody die, a pregnant woman that requires cesarean section or operation to bring out the baby. A doctor will tell the family, go and sell your land, I don't care. And the doctor will be watching and the woman will stop breathing. She will die with the baby in her stomach. There is a type of wickedness in the heart of a black man that makes you wonder who actually made these people. After many years of considering the way we behave and the way we react, God Almighty formed IPOB and said you cannot reason like those people. For me to love you, for you people to have the freedom that I promised you, your job is not to set yourself free. Your job is to liberate the thinking capacity of an average black person all over the world. That is your job. That is the duty of Biafra. That is why I have sent you to come. That is the reason why somebody, I don't know if they have stopped. I don't know if they have stopped. I think we are back again. I think they stopped me very briefly there. Broadcasting on my... That's what they keep doing. Try to stop us from doing what Elohim have asked us to do. But have failed and will continue to fail. Fulani came into our land because of that same thing in a black man. When you see evil happening, you keep quiet. Because the Fulanis came and took over the Hausa land. Hausa themselves helped them to take over other people's land. Because of that, when it came to Biafra, the only people that can defend all of you, I say without apologies, everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. Without Biafra, you are gone. Without Biafra, you are finished. Fulani will take your land from you and kill you in the process. You know what they did? They ganged up against Biafra. They ganged up against anybody trying to speak the truth. They killed the Legiwa an honest man, the only journalist I know in the history of Nigeria, the only journalist I've ever known is Delegiwa. The rest are all rubbish. You can buy it. After a while, you buy them over, all of them are all rubbish. Pure bunkum rubbish. Village idiots. Delegiwa stood on the path of the truth. Babangida killed Delegiwa. Everybody knows this. That Babangida today is an elder statesman. People defer to his opinion, but he's a murderer. He is a killer. You know that Babangida is a killer. You know that very well. He killed Delegiwa because Delegiwa was exposing all the things they were doing, all the fraud with MPN and Fujro, all the things, all the evil things. Even Julius Berger, nobody will respect that man. He's in heaven, of course. They killed him. Delegiwa was fighting for a better life for everybody in Nigeria. They killed him. Nigerians did nothing. Nothing. That is part of that punishment that you're suffering now at the hands of these murderers from the Sahel. Do you think that God will forget? People don't, they go to all these churches and they sing, they jump up and down. They don't even actually understand who God is or how God operates. They have no idea. Isn't it very funny? The more churches you build, the more mosques you build, the more difficult things become. Have you not noticed it? The more churches you have, claiming you have miracle centers, the more difficult things become for you. Because you are in a period of perdition. I told you in 2015 that Somalia will be better than Nigeria. I am telling you, if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, go and apply for it now. If you have not applied for your visa to Somalia, because Somalia is hell, but it's better than, it's going to be way better than the zoo. Because when you people see evil, you condone it. And that evil has come to you. Now you are going to discover. As they say, you are about to see something you have never seen before. They came down to our land. They came down to all the way from across the Sahel to rig election in a land that doesn't belong to them. Fulani owns no land in Nigeria. They own nothing. They are visitors. They are, and all of you are there just cowardly. They are afraid of them. Oh, don't say something. Oh, please don't say anything. Oh, if you say something, don't say something. All of you, I'm just looking at people and laughing at you. Typical cowardly, wretched black people. You cannot stand up against people. They don't even have the numbers. They don't have. All they are doing is that they are boasting in the media because they control it. They can give money to a useless Yoruba newspaper editor to publish junk and he will write for them. That's all they rely on. If you scratch the surface, you see that they are nothing. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the strength in depth. They don't have the know-how to defeat all of us once we are united. Impossible. It is impossible to defeat. Impossible. Now, Yoruba and Igbo are now together. Unbreakable. The bonds we forged are unbreakable. Unbreakable. The East and the West, unbreakable. Imagine when we add middle belts to it, what is going to happen? Do you think anybody can stop us? They start begging. You know, if it's before, all of you will be joined. Bring that food blockade. Bring it on. Let us see. Are they not the ones now crying and saying, our goods are perishing. Let's move food to the south. Who is begging you? Who is begging you? I'm asking. Janjaweed, who is begging you? Fulani people are not even farmers. You see how cunning? You see, they think they're smart. Are they farmers? The only thing that Fulani people do or what every day is to move cattle and to occupy political office, military, politics, and moving cattle all over the place. Who are they known to be farmers anywhere? If they're farmers, why would Jonathan set up a nomadic school for them? Or should I say nomadic schools for them? Why would Jonathan do a thing like that? Why, I ask you? These are some of the very pertinent questions you need to mull over every blessed day to understand the hopelessness of your situation and why you must do something urgently. If not to rescue other people, but to at least rescue your family by reasoning right. Try to reason properly. That's what we're asking you to do. How can you have, should I say, 180 million people to be overrun by people who are not up to 20 million? How is that possible? Because all of you are cowards. They get you to fight one another. They raise idiots and traitors amongst you, and you allow them to live. And the more you allow them to live, they become emboldened. They give them some chicken change. They buy houses in Abuja. They are maybe in Lagos, or they start building hotels here and there. And after a while, they now grow wings. They now think that they are opinion leaders. And they have willing allies in Yoruba media. Willing allies in Yoruba. You know, sometimes I even think that some of these people in Yoruba, they are possessed. They don't even know what they're doing. I'm telling you, they have no idea what they're doing. They are possessed. Because you cannot, Yoruba land is under occupation. Yoruba forests have been taken over by Fulani Janjaweed. Yet you have a Yoruba newspaper editor in Lagos, Yoruba for that matter, still trying to defend the Fulani presidency in Asorok. You know, I struggle to understand. You know, when I pray something, I say to Elohim, are you sure you created these people in your image? They said, let's create man. You know, are you sure these black people, they were made in your image? Because I have never seen such levels of stupidity ever before. Yoruba land is under occupation. They have taken over Pasaboyo. They have taken on those states. Yet you have a Yoruba newspaper editor in Punch, in Nation, in Tribune, writing in favor of the government that have just taken over their land. Hey, Lord God have mercy. Are you following me? They came from all over the place to take your land and have taken it. You can't do nothing about it unless you support IPOB, unless you support Eastern Security Network. That is your only savior. Your only savior, morning, noon, and night. IPOB will save all of you. That was why it was very, very critical for the Fulani. Britain told them, go and prescribe IPOB now. Do it. They said, no. They said, do it now, no, do it now. To stop them from growing, because their influence is growing. Do you know why they demonized IPOB before all of you and the stupid, idiotic Yoruba newspaper editors went along with it? Because that is their game plan. They always divide you. They sow seeds of doubt in the minds of people so that you end up hating those that have come to save you. You know, that's a very subtle thing that, Western intelligence use in Africa, and it works perfectly well. In Africa, if you are a redeemer in Africa, those you are coming to save will end up hating you. They will hate you because there are some units within Western intelligence across Europe. That is their job. Their job is to make sure that anybody who comes out to save the people, that the people he's trying to save will hate him or hate her. That's how we are. And the black people are very, very easy to manipulate. They manipulate them. They start hitting those that came to save them. Everybody knew that what Ojukwu went to. Every day I talk about Ojukwu and Aburi Accord. Everybody knows that Ojukwu went to Aburi Accord to go and negotiate for regionalism, for restructuring, the same restructuring they are now begging for. The same restructuring. But when they came back, nobody told, Britain never allowed the people to understand what Ojukwu went for. They said, oh, he's a rebel, he's a rebel, he's a rebel. Today, you are begging for the same thing that Ojukwu fought for. And over 5 million Biafrans died for. You are still begging. And you want to wait for a Fulani man to wake up one morning and say, okay, now, they claim they are Northerners. We Northerners, we are now satisfied. Come, let us renegotiate Nigeria. Can you imagine such rubbish? What an insult to the entire South and Middle Belt. What an insult! What an insult! A few handful, they're not talking up to 1,000 people. Determining all of you are the sheepishly. One Nigeria, the unity of our country. And I have said it anyway, allow me to repeat. You know, the level of stupidity I have seen in black people, believe you me, that was the reason why I said to God in heaven, in my next life, I don't want to be a black person. Because of the level of stupidity I see in an average black person. Now, do you know that today the news broke? I put it on my Facebook page. They allow me to do that, but not to broadcast. Do you know that today the new president of the United States of America, Joe Biden, called African leaders, but did not call whoever they claim is in Asorok, because there's nobody there. Absolutely nobody. The Foreign Affairs was supposed to know that this man is going to make this call and patch his call through. Nigeria is meant to be the number one to call in Africa. Is that not correct? They called other people. They didn't call the one from Abuja in Nigeria. And I said to God, but you gave human beings, even animals, common sense to be able to use it to reason. Ask yourself, why was it that Biden did not call Abuja to speak to whoever they claim is Buhari? Because Biden knows that there is no Buhari. But it's not the job of America to tell you that. Everybody knows there is no Buhari. But it's even if you think that there is a Buhari in Asorok, why is it that common things, simple things that the president does, simple common things that the president can do, how come your own is not doing it? Common simple things that the president is supposed to do, how come your own is not doing it? They were burying military men that died in an air crash a few meters from Asorok, and you claim Buhari is a military man, a general, and he's inside Asorok. He did not attend the funeral. All these things are raging, school children being kidnapped. Common national broadcast. Common national broadcast. He couldn't do. Instead, you have a country where the vice president is missing, and all of you know this. And they are telling us that anything that Femi Adesina says or Garba Shehu says, consider to be the president talking. Are you people that stupid? Are you hold on? Are you people that foolish? Does it mean that black people are so useless to the point that they can no longer reason properly? Even until even a rat can reason better. Do you know that ordinary bees, and bees, where you get your honey from, even wasps, do you know once the queen becomes very weak and can no longer perform in that role, they kill the queen. They take the queen out, throw it away, and bring in another person, groom another queen to take over. Because it is called not fit for purpose. You have a president, so you claim. The person cannot fulfill the duties and functions of a president. Why then do you still have that person in power? Because there is nobody in power. What Fulani did cleverly is this. They dangled the promise of presidency in front of Tinubu. And we black African people, being who we are, insatiable and greedy, devoid of honor, they accepted it hook, line, and sinker. Because of the promise of 2023 presidency, please do not announce that Buhari is no more. They went into their blood contract, they signed it. That is why EFCC can chase Tinubu and Tinubu can no longer talk. Because he is part of the plot. And when you tell them that Fulani can never love them, they say, oh, but we are Muslim, I'm Tinubu, I'm a Muslim, they will love me. What happened to Abiola? Because you people don't know history. You don't have regard for history. Abiola was a Muslim, a very popular Yoruba politician, a successful businessman. They did not give it to him. What makes you to think they'll give it to Tinubu? Are you people insane? Can't you reason very well? Oh, dear me. Now, EFCC is looking for him. They're looking for him. He is in one almighty mess. Another one gone. After using him and his TV station and his e-rats and his newspapers to demonize IPOB. Can you imagine what could have happened had the Yoruba people risen up, Yoruba media, to say when IPOB was proscribed or that kangaroo judgment delivered, had Yoruba newspapers got up to say, no, this is wrong? Do you think today they'll be flooding their forests? A simple question. The time that all these conspiracies were going on against IPOB, had Yoruba media said what you are doing to IPOB is wrong. They have not killed anyone. They did nothing wrong. Those with AK-47, why don't you proscribe them? Had they consistently made that very argument, they wouldn't have proscribed IPOB. And with that, Fulani cannot be in their land. But because they failed to do that which is right, that is why today their young people are fighting very bravely to rid their land of Fulani people. Because those people in the middle belt, they kept quiet. They told them, Igbo man is your problem, Biafra is your problem. They want to secede, they want to divide, they want to dismember Nigeria. You believed their lies. Yes, today where is your village? What is your faith today? You believed in all the nonsense they were feeding you. Today, where are you? Where is your village? They fed Benjamin the same garbage. Ojukwu is your problem. It was Benjamin that killed Ironsi. An Igbo man. Where is his village today? He's the one now screaming and shouting. Defend yourself. Oh dear me. I don't know when these people will have acquired some sense. But we are preaching the gospel of heaven. They came from all over the place. And to make matters worse, Nigeria is a very funny place. And Nigerians are one of the funniest people on this earth. And I categorize them as one of the most foolish people to have ever existed. Colonialism, imperialism, and even neo-colonialism have done a lot of damage to black people. But the damage that it did to the brain of an average Nigerian is worse. An average Nigerian cannot reason like a human being. All of them. Every time I come on air, I say this. Once you say I am a Nigerian, I write you off as a human being. You're an animal to me. And I have my reasons. And here's one of them. Do you know who is the presidency? Let me now make it sound very childish, as if we're in a nursery school. Let us start from kindergarten, because people no longer reason very well in the zoo. I don't know if it's hardship, I don't know what it is. In Nigeria, people don't reason like human beings. They reason like animals. Even animals are better than them. And I'll tell you the reason why. Once I push you, I'll show you where you're going to fall. Let me tell you. Do you know presidency is the group of people, in this case the cabal, running Nigeria. They call themselves presidency. They have now come out today. When did this news break? The news broke today, March the 3rd. They have come out today to confirm the 2017 report of helicopters supplying arms to headsmen in Delta State. They used helicopters to supply arms to headsmen in Kaduna State, courtesy of the governor of the state, El Rufai, and Buratai in the army. The same thing they did in 2017 to Delta. Do you know today that there is no fly zone? I don't know if are people actually following the news. Do you know that today that this same presidency announced that there is no fly zone in Zamfara? Do you know why? That they are using aircraft to supply arms to Fulani bandits. Hey, maybe English is not enough to explain this. I don't know what to do. But let me read it for you. As a rock, the Fulani presidency may have unwittingly confirmed a 2017 allegation that helicopters were being used to ferry arms to Fulani headsmen. Fulani, all of you know it. That is what, you know what pains me the most? Whoever is the news editor in channels television, they know this. AIT, they are aware. Everybody, you know all of these things. Then why are you trying to defend what is indefensible? How can you defend one Nigeria when a presidency, the president himself, have marked all of you out for destruction, or those running the zoo in his name because the idiot is dead? If you doubt me, then ask Biden why he didn't call Buhari then, because my parents are dead. Am I going to call them on the phone? I still have my mother's, my father's number on my phone. I've not deleted them. They're still there. Although I have them, am I going to call my mom and my dad? It's not possible, because I know they won't answer. The living don't call the dead. That's why Biden did not call for any Buhari, a so-called giant of Africa. Are you people not paying attention? Are you not? Does it mean that you don't listen, or you don't reason, or you don't? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people? I ask you. This same behavior you're putting up now is the reason why Fulani killers are in your forest. But why you cannot understand that is beyond me. This same attitude, this same non-chant, this same attitude of, the way he's talking to us, we don't like it. But okay, maybe you like the way that the Fulani are raping your people in the bush. Or how they took over your land. Do you like that one? Do you love it? A very simple question. The time now is 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Wherever you are. It's a live presentation. I am preaching the gospel of heaven. Heaven will give me message and I pass to the living. That's my job. Heaven will give me message, and it is my duty and responsibility to pass that to those who are living. Now listen. A statement came from Asorok by Malam Garba Shehu, the new president of Nigeria. Him and Femi Adesina, they're now sharing it, which means that their end has come. The end has come. The senior special assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity said there was strong suspicion that choppers were being used to ferry arms to Fulani bandits in Zamfara State. Choppers, where did they get the military aircraft from? So does it mean that your radars are not working in the north? I'm saying this for the benefit of Yoruba media practitioners, especially channels, Punch newspaper and not the rest of them. You people, you are directly, I'm saying, you people, you are directly responsible for the mayhem that the Fulanis have brought upon everybody in the zoo. You are pursuing money because they were giving, APC was giving money to John Momo. He's dead now. All of you, your guy will tell you, hey, if you don't support them now, how are you going to get your salary? Let me ask Channels Television something. You people think we are stupid, don't you? Channels TV, every viable news network in the world survives with advertisement. How many of you has ever seen Channels TV advertise consistently? If you watch CNN now, after every 15 minutes, at least 13 minutes, you see advert. People are paying for it. NBC the same thing, ABC the same thing, Fox News the same, everywhere, Newsmax the same. They survive on advertising. BBC that doesn't do advertising, they survive by taking money tax from TV license payers in the UK and grant from the, I think it's the overseas, I think it's from the culture minister, culture, whatever. I'm no longer sure. Have you seen any adverts? How many times have you seen adverts on Channels TV? How much did they get from advert? Now the question is this: where do they get their money from to pay their staff and to keep the station going? They get it from the government. That's the only way to do it. There are no license fee payers in Nigeria. People don't pay TV license in Nigeria. People are not advertising. So where do you get your money from? Before that, PDP was funding AIT. Now APC is funding Channels Television. That's why you only have 2 major TV stations in the zoo, essentially. The rest is on contract. If you have something to say, you pay them and they stream it for you. You have wedding, you pay them money, they come, they stream it live. Where does Channels TV get their money from? From the government. So they must always toe the government line. And these are journalists. We are led to believe. Do you see how your problems are multiplying in the zoo? Even those you are relying upon to save you cannot save you. You run to your pastor, and your pastor is more interested in building the next 10 million capacity auditorium. What is happening to you? He doesn't want to know. How many of your pastors have spoken against the occupation of our forests by these aliens from the Sahel? How many, I ask you, how many? I'm sure on Sunday you go and pay your tithe and your offering. Garuba Shehu, senior special assistant to Muhammadu Buhari, who is now dead, of course, said that they're using army helicopters to bring arms to bandits Fulani controlled army, supplying arms and equipment to Fulani bandits from across the Sahel. And you're still talking about one Nigeria, as if your brain is not correct. Maybe, you know, sometimes to be honest with you, some days I get so upset that I want to say to Elohim, allow me to ask IPOB to go to sleep. Dissolve ESN. Say to IPOB, no more activities, no more agitation, go arrest for 2 years. So that Fulani can come and do suya with some of our people who are so foolish. If not for IPOB, there will be no Nigeria. What you have today is Islamic Republic of Nigeria. Islamic. They write it there. Nothing will happen. It's us that have been holding the fort, holding the line. And what did they do? They connive with the same people we are fighting to save, to prescribe IPOB. Illegally, of course. Do you know that today they went to court to discuss the prescription of IPOB? Our case is at appeal court. For how many years now? 2017, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, nearly 4 years. In a country that wants to be regarded or taken seriously as a nation. For 4 years. Somebody did you wrong, you went to court. And you've now gone to appeal a legal decision that criminalized an entire nation. For 4 years, they've not had the case. Do you know what happened today? I never knew the case was coming up today. So this morning, of course, as always, I was led in the spirit, and I decided to write about the prescription of IPOB using an old newspaper headline from Authority, that the fact that IPOB activities are not unlawful, yes. Do you know what happened in Abuja today? Today was the day they were meant to hear the case of the prescription of IPOB and tagging us a terrorist group in Abuja, Federal Appeal Court of Nigeria in Abuja today. And what happened? As soon as they read that very publication I made, I think I did it both on Facebook and on Twitter. Everybody ran away from the court today. Go and ask if you have any lawyer in Abuja. Ask them. They all ran away. The court did not sit again today because they were hiding it. You know, before, when they want to call my case, they say, oh, we have 100 witnesses willing to testify. Because they know that the tagging of IPOB as a terrorist organization is flawed, both before man and God, even in their zoo laws. They were hiding it. I don't know what told me. I don't know. Something just, I said, I wrote it, and they ran away from the court. No, the Appeal Court of Nigeria did not sit today in Abuja because there was an IPOB file in the case, in the docs that were meant to be listened or heard today. This is how powerful we are. Because the judges, they assembled, 7 of them, they have gone through the files. Once they saw IPOB versus Federal Government of Nigeria, they dropped it. They said the court is now dismissed. Everybody should go home. Ask some senior advocates in Abuja today. Those that went to appeal court, did the appeal court sit today or not? Normally when a court is not going to sit, somebody will come out and announce that the registrar or the clerk or whoever will announce that the reason why the court won't sit. They just told them everyone to run away. That IPOB file is here in the court. Ask everybody that went to appeal court today in Abuja, Wednesday, the 3rd of March. What happened? Were you given any reason why you had to run away from the court? They will tell you no. For the first time in the history of the zoo. That's how powerful we are. That is the reason why they don't want to bring that very case to come up to appeal. Because they know you cannot proscribe people asking for a referendum. Is not possible. They know that during the argument, people will ask, perhaps 1 or 2 media houses will carry it, and people will ask, why have you not proscribed Miyetti Allah and Fulani killers? They didn't even adjourn it. They said that everyone should go away, and they all ran away from the court. That is how powerful we are. And that is to tell you that what Elohim is doing in our lives. God brought IPOB to save all of you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Robo, you're Yoruba, you're TV, you're Kanuri, you're Nupe, Jukun. It doesn't matter who you are. Bachama, it doesn't matter who you are. Biram, it doesn't matter who you are. IPOB came to save all of you. But I may disagree with his style. What are oh, you want the style of a Fulani headsman raping your mother? Is that the style you like? Here you have your presidency. Here you have people that claim that they want one Nigeria, confirming what we've always known, that Nigerian army, the Fulani generals you have in the army are the ones supplying weapons to terrorists to come and kill you and rape your mothers. And you're standing up and saying you are one. IPOB is your problem. I saw that useless Daily Trust newspaper in the north. That Janjaweed publication writing rubbish about IPOB. But when it comes to, you see how evil they are. When I say that black people are satanic, I know. You see, when it comes to IPOB, they say IPOB attack police station. IPOB killed 2 policemen. IPOB killed 4 army officers. Not allegedly. But before our eyes, you will see army come and kill people. They will say allegedly. Black people are evil. God knows. In this yogi, you people are very wicked. A very wicked and soulless race. Very wicked. The same Daily Trust will say allegedly. In broad daylight, the army came to my house to kill me on the 14th of September 2017. As a result of which my mom and my dad are dead today. The whole world saw it. It's on video. You know, they wrote allegedly. The army, we are alleged. But because they want to demolish Fulani, they came with a game plan, them and their British masters, including Obasanjo. Obasanjo is part of the problem of Nigeria. Obasanjo belongs to the Ogboni fraternity, or should I say Grand Lodge, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry, not Scottish Rites, the Freemasonry you have in England. Ogboni. That is why in the East we don't belong to groups. Ndiotu, we call them. We don't belong to secret societies. There is none. Forget about Okonko is a passage of right. Okonko is a passage of right. Once you, it's like a bar mitzvah. Once you have grown to the age of 13, a guy Okonko, you enter Okonko, you enter Ebe, of the fraternities. And then you form age grade from there. That's how it's done. Obasanjo, the reason why they trust him is because he is a member of Ogboni fraternity, of course, the Grand Lodge, they call them, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry. The fraternity in England. Go and do your research. So they trust him. England can trust him. Britain trusts him because he is their loyal slave. Ogboni fraternity and Grand Lodge, they answer to the Freemasons of England. Are you following me very carefully? Now, if Obasanjo were to come today to say that I don't want Nigeria to exist anymore, Obasanjo has the same, should I say, clout and influence that Azikiwe enjoyed prior to independence of Nigeria. Were Obasanjo today to write and say Nigeria is dying, we don't want it to continue anymore, they will dissolve Nigeria because they trust him. And some of you must know that it was Obasanjo who brought SARS to Nigeria. Some of you don't know that. It was Obasanjo that brought SARS, Special Anti-Robbery Squad. The reason why Obasanjo brought SARS into Nigeria was because in Britain then, there was a shortage of organs for transplant. The reason why SARS was created was ostensibly to harvest organs to send to Europe for those who are in need. Liver, kidney, pancreas, just name it. That was why Britain funded SARS. Because then in the UK, they kept complaining, we don't have much, we don't have organs here. We don't how the waiting list is called the waiting list for people waiting for organ transplant was growing and growing and growing. It was Britain that set up SARS. Their job is to harvest organs and send abroad to sell. Obasanjo was the one that made it possible. There are some things that you people don't know about these. Some things, you know, when I look at, that's why when I look at an average ignorant Nigerian with his degrees, or should I say degrees in idiocy, I feel sorry for you. You know nothing. Who brought SARS into Nigeria? Special Anti-Robbery Squad. Who brought it into Nigeria? Why is it that every year they kill, they harvest organs and they move? The same thing that they're doing at Iboko police station in Ebonyi State. So Idoko is called Idoko police station in Ebonyi State. Why didn't the police come and arrest somebody and take them away and nothing will happen? They took our women to court. Was it 2 days ago? Did you see it in any paper anywhere? Did any Nigerian newspaper or even NTA or anybody go to report that thing we've been saying, that they kidnapped our women and we are raping them? 2 days ago they brought them to court. Did anybody go to court to find out if what we've been saying is real or not? But they came to court and they were granted bail. Black people, you people are something else. This UG. No wonder anywhere in the world you see black people, they are the lowest of the low. You know, for very many years I kept asking God that why? Elohim said to me, one day you'll find out. And I found out myself that the wickedness of a black man is second to none in the animal kingdom. The most wicked race on earth is we black people. Very wicked and without conscience. We were lamenting and complaining about our women who were being raped. Some of you said it's a lie. But they took them to court 2 days ago. The same women, they took them to court 2 days ago. Federal High Court in Abuja. Oh, sorry. It's a Wuse Zone 2 or whatever rubbish it's called. They gave them bail. They came to court in chains. Amnesty International is aware. They never wrote any report. Human Rights Watch, they are aware. They never wrote any report. All the newspapers, we contacted all of them. They never came to court. Even to do their job is very difficult. That is why Elohim is punishing all of you with Fulani killers and murderers. Because your wickedness is too much. Your wickedness and hypocrisy is too much. Fulani brought in their people from across the Sahel, put them in our land and equipping them. When we told you, said, no, it's a lie, it's propaganda, it's incendiary. Look at NBC saying they will cockroaches, saying they will block Radio Biafra. If people who are sensible were not able to do that, it is a bunch of corrupt idiots in Abuja. They said it's incendiary. He's whipping up ethnic sentiment. But your presidency, Garba Shehu, has just confirmed what I've been saying for years. That the Nigerian army have been supplying Fulani terrorists for some time now. That is why in Zamfara, there is a no-fly zone. Before you bring arms to terrorists with a helicopter, there must be a heavy-duty aircraft that must have brought it in the first place, where the helicopter got those equipments from. So who brought those arms into Nigeria? Who contracted or who hired a helicopter to be flying them to? How come they didn't even know where they are? Yet they come to Olu to bomb Olu, and some Ifulefus are busy hailing people coming to kill. Oh dear man. Sometimes I feel like not preaching, to be honest with you. I say let the will of the Almighty be done, because we are honestly speaking, something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us. It's very, very terrible indeed. The helicopters are everywhere. Garba Shehu told BBC Hausa that a no-fly zone was imposed on Zamfara because of reports that jets are used to ferry arms to bandits. So bandits, you claim, they are hungry, they are not kidding. How come they negotiated arms deal all over the world? They hired an aircraft to come and drop the weapons for them. And all of you say, we Nigerians, tomorrow morning I hear them, we Nigerians, we are in Nigeria together, the unity of our country and the patriots. Anyway, whom the gods want to destroy, they first make them mad. Nigerians are mad. And that is why Fulani people are in your forest killing you. People are so hopeless, so idiotic, so foolish. I don't know what Lugard did to some of you, did to the brains of your parents, because I pity. I don't know, honestly speaking, once you're a Nigerian, I don't see you as a human being. I'm being honest with you. I do not see you as a human being. And that is why I commend those soldiers who are leaving the zoo. How can, see, sometimes I wonder, how can you come from the middle belt and you are in the army? From the east, you are in the army. From the west, you are in the army. The same army that, instead of getting these bandits they brought from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from all these places to go and fight Boko Haram, They use you to go and fight Boko Haram. And after fighting them, the same Nigeria you claim you're serving, some of their idiots like Sheikh Gumi, or should I say Abubakar Gumi, she's not a sheikh, only an Arab man can be a sheikh. Abubakar Gumi will come out and say, my dear brothers, my dear bandit brothers, people you should be upset with is the Christian soldiers killing you with Nigerian army uniform. These are people serving supposedly their nation. Somebody endorsed by the presidency, because Lai Mohammed said that he is in support of what Sheikh Gumi is saying. So that means that Lai Mohammed is in support of Sheikh Gumi. I keep calling him Sheikh, that dirty, filthy looking thing. What Lai Mohammed said is that I support what Abubakar Gumi is doing with the bandits, which means that the federal government of Nigeria is in support of Abubakar Gumi, in the new minister for banditry and kidnapping. And this same representative of Nigerian government said that it is Christian soldiers killing Muslims, and you are still wearing the army uniform of Nigeria, and you are fighting who? Who are you fighting? Why can't all of you leave tomorrow morning? What are you doing there? That is the reason I keep castigating black people. Are you that foolish that you cannot reason? You are in Sambisa forest fighting. Your village, your ancestral forest is being occupied by the same people they claim that you're fighting. Are you normal? Is your brain okay at all? Everybody must leave the army and the police. If you stay there, you will die. Especially those in Biafra land, you will, God knows you will die. I'm telling you the truth. You will, I said it before. You will kill us. Many years you will kill us. Then after that, we will kill you. And then shortly after that, Biafra will come. I've been saying it from day one. They will kill us. We will kill them. In the end, Biafra will come. Without apologies, no idiot. I'm not apologizing. Remember when they used to kill us? We will come and be writing long gram. Of course, myself, one of them. We are placing the world on notice for many years. After a while, when we write, they just throw it away. Is it not that IPOB, that toothless bulldog, they just throw it away? And we kept, we went into prayer and fasting. And we kept saying to the dead, please avenge your death. We pray to Elohim. Of course, you cannot pray to the spirit of the dead. It's not good. It's idolatry. We kept saying to Elohim, avenge. You are a God of vengeance. Avenge your children. Fight our battles for us. As we were praying and fasting and asking God to fight our battles, from nowhere unknown gunmen came on. We don't know who they are. Like as if they are angels from heaven. And they're not fighting our battles for us. You see, all those policemen and women and army that killed our people, we don't know where these angels came from. They are called unknown gunmen. They are doing a very marvelous job now, avenging the death of their people. They want the police and the army to understand when you lose somebody, how painful it is. Because if you leave them, they will massacre everybody. They will kill. They have no soul. Nigeria army, Nigeria police, they have no soul. These are Fulani. They are led by Fulani that they have no soul. They are evil to the core, to the bone marrow. You know, he's a miracle working God. I don't know where he sent the unknown gunmen. I don't know. People name them unknown gunmen. That's how we know them by. And believe me, they're doing a very marvelous job. And I will pray more, I will fast more, for many more to come. These people, they go to, they slaughter you. We write letter. In fact, once the letter comes, they put it in the dustbin. We said, okay, is that how it's done? Okay. We went into prayer and fasting. We kept praying until, should I say, God answered our prayers with unknown gunmen. We don't know who they are, but I believe they're angels from heaven. They are the armies of heaven. And they're now the ones avenging for us. So all those police stations that they used to torture people and kill people and harvest their organs, please, unknown gunmen, find them all. Look for them and find them. Find all those police stations. If you know you are a police officer, you were involved in organ harvesting, people were disappearing. Oh, things have happened though. People just disappear. Parents will know where the children are. You hear mothers lamenting as they are dying. They are saying, oh, we had this Chibuzo. Have you seen Chibuzo? You don't know that SARS have killed Chibuzo. The woman will be lamenting until she passes from unconsciousness into death. Thinking about the son. Sometimes the only son. Killed by the police. And now God answered the prayers of people. I don't know where this unknown government, I don't know where they are from. But at least if they're keeping the police busy, the police won't have to be killing innocent people. Arresting they go, they arrest innocent people. Nigeria shouldn't exist. I hate Nigeria with a passion. Shouldn't exist, honestly speaking. Only a fool will support one zoo. Damnable zoological republic. Soldiers are living and they're taking them to court. The Nigerian army has ordered the immediate arrest of officers accused of deserting their post. Can you imagine such rubbish? You go behind the back, you equip Boko Haram to fight people. When people have now discovered, suddenly they have now discovered that they have been the fool for years. They have left your useless army. They're saying go and arrest them. I don't thought, God. Oh my goodness. Zoological Republic. Damnable Zoological Republic. Military documents obtained by various newspapers have now listed 101 names, ranks, and bank details of errant soldiers. Every soldier should leave. Go and join the Eastern Security Network. Go and join them. They are the future. If you don't know how an army is supposed to behave, go and look at the Russian Revolution. I think of 1989 or 1990 or 91, I don't know. When Boris Yeltsin came into power. The apparatchiks of the old guard of the Communist Party in Soviet Union ordered the tanks and armored personnel carriers onto the streets of Moscow to go and kill people. When the army got there, they looked at their fellow citizens, they said, we cannot open fire on these people. That is how a patriotic army behaves in the zoo. They bring in wild Fulani beasts, wild beasts, give them AK-47 and they open fire. All of you saw the video of live shooting. It's like a turkey shoot in Abuja of this same army slaughtering innocent Shia protesters. All of you saw the video. That video did not make it onto any major news network around the world. That was the day I became afraid of what Britain was doing. The video is everywhere. In any other country or any other country of the world, there would have been an uproar. But in the zoo, nothing happened. Nothing you can kill. You know, over the years, army will come, bloody civilian, they open fire. Not anymore. We now have God in his infinite mercy have sent us guardian angels. They are known as unknown gunmen. They are the ones defending us now. We don't know who they are. And they are the ones defending the people. They are unknown gunmen. We don't know who they are. And may God bless them. Because as they are keeping the police and the army busy, they won't have time to kill innocent civilians. They cannot. Because if you kill and go back to your barracks, these angels will come on. They are called unknown gunmen. They will come and they will avenge the death of the innocent. You can never go scot-free. It doesn't matter where you run to, you can never go scot-free. This your nonsense in the zoo has been going on for years. You have the temerity to give Mietiala 100 billion. Mietiala will use them buy weapons abroad. You fly it in with a jet. You distribute with a helicopter. And you come and tell us about one Nigeria. As if we are fool. Are we that daft? Are we that stupid? Mad people everywhere. Take that from nonsense to people building hotels, not to us. Is if when you have earthly considerations, you're looking for money, you are raised in poverty. You know, poverty is a disease. When you're raised in abject when you're raised in abject poverty, you see other kids playing with toys. You had no access to toys. You'll be wondering, one day I will get a toy. It happened to me. I'll tell you what happened to me when I was young. As an analogy, so you understand me. Every time I will say to my mom that we have watched on TV that after eating, you must have maybe ice cream or sweet. You must have ice cream or sweet to try and, to make the food to digest. My mother will say to me that if you keep eating ice cream or sweet all the time, it will affect your teeth. Your teeth will be brown. It will decay. It will fall off. We kept saying no, that we must have it. I said, okay, if that is the case, during Children's Day, you will see. So during Children's Day, I will go to my mom to get. Of course, they used to give us money in those days to go for Children's Day. They are useless Zoo Independence Day and Children's Day, and then we'll go and do matching at the stadium in town. And that matching, you will see Fan ice cream, Meko ice cream. They will come. That day, I said, since my mom will not give me ice cream in the house after eating, I'm going to eat as much ice cream as possible today. After that, I ate so much ice cream that I came back, I became sick. And my mom asked me the reason why I am sick. And I said it is because I was eating ice cream during Children's Day. That is exact behavior of Obunyonon to very poor. Once you're raised in poverty, you did not stay in a decent house, never watched any television, you want to acquire buildings, you want to acquire earthly properties, you think that driving in a very big car somehow confers upon you some degree of importance. You think that by maybe building hotels somehow makes you a very wealthy man. You want to accumulate chieftaincy titles. You want to spread your hand. You starch your cloth. Even if you are as tiny as Wanza, you starch your cloth and you're moving about as a wealthy man. You want to be regarded as somebody. As they say, form is temporary, but class is permanent. If you have class, you have it. You don't need to struggle. People see you and they know you have class. That's one thing that is wrong with most of you in the zoo. Primitive accumulation of wealth. You think that by stealing money and accumulating money somehow you become important. That is why you have no soul and you have no conscience. That is why in Imo State they can bring somebody from number 4 to number 1. That is why a Supreme Court in a land can appoint somebody fraudulently in the open, and we allow that idiot to remain in office. That tells you all you need to know about the zoo and why we must fight. And please, before you go to bed tonight, after praying for IPOB and for ESN, also pray for unknown gunmen. Pray for them, please. It is very, very important. They are the ones avenging the death. You know, all those people killed during NSAS, all those who are torturing and cut open their stomach, all the wickedness and brutality of army and police. There is now a group of dark angels, avengers. They have come. They are called unknown gunmen. Every police station involved in the torture and killing of people, I am praying, please, unknown gunmen, locate them, that they may know how painful it is. As the Bible made us to understand, as you have made women childless, so shall I make your mother childless amongst women. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The dragon flag has been raised. When we raised it, they said, oh yeah, nothing is going to happen. Yeah. Go say to God now. It has come. There's no going back. They better give us Biafra. If you know those idiots, they are foolish. They are foolish by nature. They are very stubborn. If you know them, ask them to give us Biafra, or else they are finished. Obasanjo, write your letter. Tell your Oboni friends and your Freemason friends in England to give us Biafra. Because I am a child of heaven. Nothing any mortal can do. My mission is the work I'm doing now. Nothing more, nothing less. Elohim determined it. They said in 2 months, IPOB and others fingered in killing 62 policemen in 15 states. You see how they put IPOB as first. All of a sudden. Fulani newspaper, that is what they do. Fulani, British High Commissioner will tell them, write it. And then she'll cut it out and put it in her dispatch to London to say, can you see what IPOB is doing? They think we're foolish. All of a sudden, in all the years you were killing innocent people, you thought that nothing will happen to you. Is that what you're thinking? Apply for your Somalia visa now that you still have time, that there is road transport. Apply for your Somalia visa. Because very soon, even that very embassy will stop issuing visas to criminal animals from the zoo. And as we keep praying all the time, and all of you must pray, that hand with which they have used to feed poison to other people must also enter their mouth. I can report today that bandits also have struck. Fulani have also kidnapped their own fellow Fulani somewhere in Sokoto. Those who are surprised don't know what is coming, as somebody quite said today. And I want to commend, I don't know if it's a good thing, and I'm not going to commend anybody now. We commend them now. Tomorrow they give them money, they start talking rubbish, promise their child or their grandchild a minister of state. Because I heard that some traditional rulers in Anambra, they rose up and they said something meaningful for the very first time in their lives. And I don't want to mention any names, nor try to commend anybody, because once you do that tomorrow now, they go, oh, how about that your son? I think he's a graduate for the past 15 years, no job. We want to make him permanent secretary at the Ministry of Revenue, or is it Internal Revenue? Before you know it, the same man that was saying something decent to come out and start talking complete rubbish. So I'm not going to commend anybody, please. I'm not going to commend anyone, but those that spoke very eloquently, they did well. I'm sure they will continue to do well. If you do not know, ESN, as was written by somebody, is a vulture. Udele. ESN is like a vulture. Let me tell you one thing about vultures that you don't know. It has no friend, it has no enemy. That's number one. And you know that the way that people, before childbirth, people are in pain, in labor. Sometimes you give birth and the baby dies. Let me tell you what the vulture said. The vulture said, left or right, I don't mind. If my wife gives birth to a healthy baby vulture, I don't know what they call them, baby vulture, I will celebrate because I now have a child. But should my wife die in the process with the baby, then it is also food for me. I want you to think very deeply. Those of you in the zoo, army and police, those of you Janjaweed, the Fulani people that came from Futajalon into Sokoto and into Hausa lands and now running the zoo, I want you to think very deeply. As they say, where we come from, you see vulture. They asked the vulture how he's feeling about the impending birth of the child. And the vulture said, if the child survives, it's good because I have a child. But should that child die, it's also good because now I have a meal. Think very deeply. That era of coming and killing people and going away, it has come and gone. Bye-bye. We now have people that fight for us. We want people that speak the truth always, because we are no longer going to write any letter to anybody when they kill us. If you kill us, we will kill you. Be rest. It may take time, maybe a few weeks. That same person will find you and you will die. You think we'll continue lamenting? Is that what you think? Every time we lament, we write letter, nothing happens. You think we are fools? You must be dreaming. You must be dreaming. You must be dreaming. If you do not know, they are finalizing their deal to build railway from Katsina to Maradi. Katsina Maradi rail line. They have taken loan from China to build it. But the people that are going to pay for that loan, which is Biafra land with our oil and gas, there is no railway line. And you want me to be in one Nigeria? You must be an idiot. On that note, we have come to the end of our program today. If you're a black person, you must repent from your stupidity. Your stupid ways is why you are the lowest of the low. Any society you go in the world, black people are at the bottom because of our we are very wicked in a special way. But I thank God for the life of those. That is why in IPOB you're a different person altogether. It's like a baptism. Once you join this noble family, you're a new person. You see things differently. I'm not saying that the devil will not operate within the souls of a few people. Of course it will. It will operate in some souls. If you're weak, I like it anyway. If you're weak, you fall apart. And then the movement becomes even more stronger. And we keep going forward until Biafra is restored, because we have no other purpose in life than to see the kingdom of God come down on this very earth in the land of Biafra. I thank you all for listening this very evening. And once again, please go away from WhatsApp. Go into Signal for now. We are preparing our own platform. Go into Signal for now. And if you are a principal officer of state, try and get an iPhone if you can. They cannot hack into iPhone. Very important to use iPhone Messenger and FaceTime. Very, very important. Please use iPhone. And as always, let the SIM card in your phone not be the same number for your Signal, for your WhatsApp, or for any other thing that you're doing. They must be different. And don't give people your private line. If somebody wants to call you, ask them to call you on social media, using a social media app like Signal and what's it called, Telegram, and all the rest of them. Do not use WhatsApp, please. They will track you, they will find it, they will arrest you. If you make direct calls from your phone and save people's name on your phone, believe you me, they will track you down. They will track you down. They will track you down, please. The number, the SIM card inside your phone cannot be the same number of your WhatsApp, cannot be the same number of your Signal, cannot be the same number of your Telegram. If they are, they can trace you easily. Very, very important. Nobody, it doesn't, not even your mother or your father, nobody should have your, once you're a principal officer of state, nobody should have the number of your SIM card. They shouldn't. If there is no network, wait until there is network so you can talk, or you send a voice note. Avoid making direct calls and stop saving people's names by their name. Also delete messages after sending. Delete it. Delete all messages after sending. Very, very important, please. I beg of you. Thank you very much for listening. And once again, allow me to remind you that I have the greatest love in my heart for each and every one of you that wants to be free. But for the Fulefus, Fulani, Janjaweed can kill them, I don't care. But for those of you chosen to do this very work, from the bottom of my heart, with all the love that I can muster from me from here, it is good evening. Wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. Once again, we welcome you to our live presentation on this glorious platform, this Radio Biafra, on this day, Wednesday, the 3rd day of March, in the year of Almost High Elohim 2021. The time now is exactly 3 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, 3 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are, where you're listening to us from. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I welcome you, please try as much as possible to welcome those around you, because I am not able to come to you live on Facebook, my private page and my fan page, because anytime they know there are difficult issues to be dealt with and that I'm going to preach, they look for a reason to suspend my account for even a few more days. That's what they do now on a regular basis. I do not blame them, but my only prayer is that all those people working for Facebook from different ethnic nationalities around the zoo, may Fulani, Janjaweed, bandits locate you and your family. The day they will find you and your family, you will understand the importance of the work that IPOB is doing. You will then appreciate the enormity of the task regarding awareness that Radio Biafra is here to propagate. It is for your own safety, but some of you will not understand because you're black people and you do not reason very well. But here we are doing all we can to ensure that our people can reason very well. And I'm glad to say that they are beginning to reason well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Not minding the shenanigans of Facebook and their likes, we are transmitting live and direct to the entirety of humanity this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, because we are on IPOB community radio. It doesn't cost you anything. We know that some people, or should I say most areas in Nsoka, they are listening to us this very evening in the blessed land of Biafra. We are also on Radio Biafra app. We are on tuning. We are on FM. We are on satellite. We are everywhere. And Also, we are on Twitter. If you go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will be able to follow this very event. This very evening, we have come here to preach the gospel of truth, the gospel of enlightenment, the gospel of hope. Because right from the onset, we have remained whiter than white and whiter than snow, unblemished. Unblemished. That is why every endeavor, every venture that we dabble into, insofar as this restoration is concerned, Chukwu Kikabia has always been there to bless us. And things are happening today thanks to the grace of Almighty in our lives, because we are clean and shall continue to be so until Biafra is restored and beyond. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. Those who were born to restore Biafra. Those who do not listen or pay attention to any distractions, they are focused on that very singular objective, to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth, to bring light where currently, should I say presently, there is darkness all across the black world. We have come to fulfill the scriptures. We have come to fulfill the will of the Father in heaven. We have come to complete that very assignment which our eternal leader started, which is to restore Biafra in our time, in truth and in every honesty. I am the director of radio, Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of God Almighty in heaven himself, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, we are going to pray, and then after that, we shall discuss, we shall teach, we shall lecture, and also we shall prophesy if the Spirit leads us in that very direction. Do not forget your pen and your paper. And for those of you, I know that some of you stream this on Facebook, stream it right across the entire platform that is Facebook. People have streamed it live on their respective private pages. You can go there to follow and to also read what each other is saying. But we must proceed. But before we do so, we must pray as it is customary for us here to do. And I shall pray in the language of heaven, the oldest language on the face of this very earth, the language that Britain doesn't want to hear people speak, the very language that drives away evil spirit, the very language that ensures that you cannot deceive the people, because you can deceive the people with English language, but you cannot deceive the people with the language of the ancients. We must bow our heads. Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile, onye anyị na-akpọ ka ụtụtụ ehihie abalị, onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka anyị ji wee hiwe isi, onye anyị ji eme ọnụ, onye sitere sọsọ n'okwu ọnụ ya wee hazie ọnọdụ nke mmadụ dị ndụ n'elu ụwa, onye ihe niile o kere eke na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka mbara igwe na-egosi ọrụ aka ya. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyanwụ na kpakpando na ọnwa na-erubere isi. Ọ bụ naanị gị sọsọ ka usu niile nke ime eluigwe na-efe. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka ndị mmụọ ozi na-aja mma. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka ndị okenye olu abụọ na anọ na-atụ mkpọ ọlaedo n'ala ụbọchị niile na-asị na ede nsọ Chineke. Anyị wee na-asị na anyị ga-ebuli gị elu n'ime ọnọdụ anyị niile, agbanyeghị ihe anyị onwe anyị na-agabiga, agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro, agbanyeghị ekworo niile, agbanyeghị anya ukwu niile, agbanyeghị ntamu niile. Onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna kere ihe niile ekere eke mana onwe onye kere ya. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị na-erubere isi, naanị gị ka anyị na-akpọku. Anyị adaberewo n'ime gị wee na-asị, ebe ọ bụ naanị gị ka ike niile nọ n'ọbadara aka nna nke ndị nsọ, bịakwa ka iwe ememila ndị iro Biafra ka ha onwe ha si wee nechere anyị echiche ọjọọ. Bịakwa nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka aka nsị ha wee baa ha ọnụ, lekwa atụmatụ ọjọọ ha niile, kwe ka o wee laghachi n'isi ha niile ka o si wee na-eme n'ụbọchị nketa obodo ekwensu bụ zuu Naijiria. Lekwa Naijiria ma dọsa ya. Chineke nna dị ngọzi, onye ọbụla na-ekpe ekpere ka Naijiria wee wuru ofu, nna nke ebere jide ndị dị etu a wee laa ha n'iyi. Chineke nna nke iwe biko bịa ka iwe kpọọ ha ọkụ, kpọọ ha ọkụ, kpọọ ezinụlọ ha ọkụ, kahara abụghị ndị ha bụ ọbụladị ndị ụkọchukwu onye ọbụla mehụrụ ọnụ ma kulie wee sị na ọ ga-adịrị Naijiria na mma, ọ ga-adịrị onye ahụ na mma na ezinụlọ na mma site n'ebighị ebi na ebighị ebi. Onye dị nsọ mgbe niile ihu nwoke ụmụ gị si wee na-ata ahụhụ, ihu ihe hopu ụzọ dị mma na-eme, ihu ihe nwe ike na-ezuzu ka ndị agbara ọgwụ n'isi wee na-agara ndị ọjọọ ozi, wee were ndụ ụmụ gị wee na-achụ aja ebe ndị na-ebighị ugwu nọ. N'ụbọchị nke taa n'abalị a n'ala nsọ bụ Biafra ka a na-akpọkwa ha nsọ, na-asị biko bịa ka iwe mere anyị ebere. Lekwa ndị detu agba ele aha n'iyi, kpọlite mmụọ ndị niile bụ ndị egburegbu nna nke ebere, tinye anyị ego, tinye anyị iwe n'ime, ka ndị dị etu a bụ ndị pụta anụsị na ụmụ gị agaghị adị ndụ nna nke igwe, bịa ka iwe kpochapụ ha n'ime, kama na ihe ahụ ga-eme n'afọ ọzọ ka o wee mee n'ime afọ a. Anyị wee na-ajaghị mma wee na-eto gị na-asị biko n'eze ebube dị ngọzi, bịa ka iwe rọpụtara anyị ụzọ ebe ụzọ na-adịghị, na ndị a niile bụ ụmụ gị n'ụwa niile. Lekwa ezinụlọ nke gị onwe gị aka gị wee hiwe bụ IPOB ma gọzie ha, gọzie IPOB n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Lekwa ESN ma tee ha mmanụ, uwe ha okpu ugo nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, uwe ha okpu nna nke ebere onye ime eluigwe arịọ ka anyị na-arịọ gị, n'ihi na ị dịghị agbanwe agbanwe, ọ bụghị bụ Chineke na nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Biko nụ zọpụta ndị gị. Lekwe ESN ma chebe ha, chebe ezinụlọ ndị eziokwu nọ n'ime IPOB n'ụwa niile, bụ ndị anyị na-etu ụmụ Chineke n'ihi na ọ bụ ụmụ gị ka ha bụ, n'ihi na ụwa chị anyị ọchị ọba ha nsọ gị ka ha na-achị ọchị, ọwa aha gị ka a bara anyị niile na nke igwe, n'ihi na onye nwe anyị na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi ka ha m si wee dị. Anyị wee na-eto gị wee na-adịghị ma na-agọzi gị wee na-ebuli gị elu, na-asị ọkaka eze ndị eze, mbuli elu bụrụ nke naanị gị ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị ebi ka anyị na-arịọ gị. Ise ise ise. I have just prayed in the language of heaven, the oldest language in the world, which some people do not want you to understand, but we know all these things, and it's our duty and responsibility to teach, to lecture this very fact until we come to the realization that only Biafra can save us. My happiness today is that regardless of what the enemies have been doing, secretly behind, they admire the work that we are doing here on this noble platform. They may come out initially to try to castigate what we are doing, but eventually they go back, they admire, they respect us for what we are doing, and secretly they wish they can be like us. Or some of them, the older Ifulefus, they wish that their children would be like us. But they can never be like us, because before we came, there was none like us. Before we came, there was nobody, no entity like us. Now we are here. You can pretend, you can copy all you like. You can never be like us, IPOB. And at the end of the day, when we must have served our purpose on this very earth and gone yonder, those who are still living by then will wish that we lived forever. That is the uniqueness of this noble family IPOB that people don't understand. Only people who are in the spirit can see what it means to be a family member of IPOB, because in the end we win. At the end of every process, regardless of how you see it, in the end, perhaps bitterness and envy won't allow you to acknowledge it, but deep down you know that without this IPOB, today the entire South would have been overrun. Some of you be answering Shuaibu, carrying your Quran to the nearest dilapidated building, hastily converted into a mosque. We are your living saviors on this very earth by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Without IPOB today, the entire south of Nigeria would have been gone. They will take all of you one after the other. You cannot do nothing about it. So before you go to sleep tonight, if you are in that part of the world where is darkness now, or before bedtime, so to speak, pray for IPOB, pray for Eastern Security Network, and pray for all those piloting the affairs of IPOB, because without IPOB, all of you would have been gone by now. As I wrote earlier before I came live on air, the reason why they have not proscribed any of the Fulani terror groups that you have tormenting all of you in the zoo is because they are part and parcel of the wider Fulani agenda to Islamize you, to conquer you, to subjugate you, and turn ancestral lands into Fulani Emirates, loyal to Sokoto Caliphate. That has been their game plan from the beginning. Because each time we preach this very gospel, I say to some of you who are not given to reading all the time, I ask you please to carry out a very simple experiment. I want you to write to various governments of the world. You can pick maybe 1 or 2 governments and write to them and ask them what they think that Nigeria is in terms of religious affiliation. Ask them, what sort of country is Nigeria? Is it a Christian country? Is it a country of atheists? Is it a country of animists? Or is it a country of Islam? They will tell you that it is a country of Islam. That is what they will tell you. That is the impression they have given to them right across the world. No one outside the shores of the damnable zoological republic is aware that Muslims in Nigeria are actually a minority, not a majority, minority, a significant minority at that. They brought all their killers and rapists and murderers, organized them efficiently under Mietiala. How they are going to enter into your territory is with their cattle. Out of a combination of idiocy and stupidness, so to speak, we allowed them to come into us. And today, everybody is struggling. I want to read out a headline only, because everything we preach on Radio Biafra is from what they are publishing in Zoo, one Nigeria supporting newspapers and media houses. Not from us, before they say we made it up. And sometimes when you read this very news, you cannot believe what your ears are hearing. And what I find astonishing is that I am tired of saying this, but there is something wrong with black people. When I say they say I'm insulting them, I'm not insulting anyone, but there has to be something wrong with you. For supposedly 200 million people, let me say 180 million people, minus the 20 million that I believe are of Fulani descent. They are in a place called Nigeria, where they are controlling you. They are not original to Nigeria to start with. They came from the foothills of the Futajalon. They traveled all the way to the Zoological Republic. They took over your land from you. They took over Hausa land, you learnt nothing from it. They started coming. They took Gwari land, nothing. They took the land of the Bachama, they took Birom land, they took part of TV land, everything. They took Kanu land. Nobody said anything. Every land in the zoo they want to occupy. And the funniest thing is that the more they take people's land, the more those who are yet to be conquered are just there looking like people who are hypnotized. Hypnotized out of stupidity and ignorance, that they do nothing about their plight until it is too late. When it is too late now, they start jumping all over the place, trying to rectify it. Something that they themselves cannot do. Everybody in the zoo now is aware. This is according to a Janjaweed publication, Premium Times. We brought in Fulani from Mali, from Sierra Leone, from Senegal, and others to win 2015 election. Kawu Baraje said. And after rigging the election for them and killing on their behalf, they refused to leave. This tells you two critical things about the Fulani in Nigeria. One, Fulani doesn't have the numbers to fight. That's number one. And number two, they always get other people to do their dirty work for them. Always getting other people to do their dirty work for them. The same way they're using Hopos or them to do his own dirty work. Using Iyke to do it. Using one hotel building idiot, a criminal that calls himself a freedom fighter, to do their bidding. Fulani will always use you. They claim they are in the majority, but they have to go and import terrorists from across West Africa in order to rig election. For the now late dead Buhari, that his skeletons are in the hot desert of Saudi Arabia. All of you are aware. And what astonishes me is Why is it that black people have this mentality? You sit down there, and you do nothing. Absolutely nothing until it is too late. Until you are conquered, until you are taken. Now you start running all over the place, asking for help from all over the world. Did they start their killings today? The answer is no. Go and read the history of Benue Plateau. Read the history of the Middle Belt. You will see that the subjugation of the majority indigenous people have been ongoing from day one, using them House of Fulani. All of you were there watching, doing nothing. No, if you no. Look at Igbo man is there. Look at the east. Can't you see them? Biafra. Do you want Biafra to come? That was how they even deceived my Yoruba brothers and sisters. They deceived them completely. Look at as educated as Yoruba people are. Fulani Nachinama, cattle rearers deceived them, telling them that if you fight an Igbo man, we will have a better life, not knowing that they were setting up the Yoruba for conquest. Today they are in Yoruba forests, sending them on exile out of Yoruba land. They are refugees in Benin Republic. Today they are in Ondo Forest. They have refused to move. They are from abroad though. That was why when they said that these people killing all of us are from abroad, they knew what they were saying. Let me have some water. They knew what they were saying. This is Kawu Baraje. This man said he has traced the origin of the current insecurity in Nigeria to the influx of Fulani. He said it is a Premium Times is a Fulani newspaper. Before anybody will accuse us of bias, do you see why Facebook doesn't want me to preach on their platform? They know we have opened the eyes of people. I got information this morning. Lots of them saying before, oh, he's a rabble, he's a this, he's a. Today I am getting confirmation. A very important person called me and confessed and said that those who were against her before for supporting me, all of a sudden they are now calling her and telling her how wrong they were. These are people in Abuja, the so-called, the real hardened fulefus in Abuja. Now they are calling and saying, oh, please, if you see Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB, you thank them. It's about time we key into what they're doing. We are the ones who are the fools. We've been wrong all along. They are the ones who have been right all these years. They brought in Fulani from across the Sahel to rig elections. All of you were watching, you did nothing. They brought in little kids from Niger. During the election, they brought in their cousins from Niger Republic to come into a so-called one Nigeria, to come and campaign for them. They brought them from Chad, from Niger, everywhere, to come and vote from Northern Cameroon. All of you were just there watching. As they were eating you up, you were shouting one Nigeria. They were eating you alive. You never knew the idiotic mess you were in. You were busy shouting one Nigeria, shouting one like a demented idiot. Look at where you are today. Those people they brought into your land, they have refused to go. And there is one thing that I find baffling. And I want people to consider, to sit down, to think about what I have to say now, please. Think about it very carefully. Since they brought in, by their own admission, they brought in these people from across the Sahel. I am asking them, since they brought them from across the Sahel, can somebody tell me how they came to be in possession of AK-47? But they were very clever. You see, very, very smart. Very smart. Britain was advising them. Britain told them that your entry route into the heartland of the South is with your cattle. Don't call them. These are people they brought in to rig election for them. After the election, they have decided to settle them down. In order to justify their presence in your forest, they are now telling you that they are headsmen, that they belong to this, that they are pastoralists. On them yet yala. Do you see how clever? They think they are clever. They never knew we would come. Fulani never envisaged that the likes of Nnamdi Kanu will ever emerge. They never in a million years. They thought that you can bribe anybody. You can buy anybody. Offer him a jet, give him money, tell him, promise him good life with his family. Anywhere he wants. Promise him a house, mansion, oil well, anything he wants. Give him his money. After all, you can buy any woman. You can buy them. They are very weak. You can buy all of them. They never knew who we were. That I come from a line, I wouldn't call it royal, a line of nobility, where you have noble men that do not sell their conscience. If you knew my father, you will testify to what I'm telling you. Ask those that knew him, they will tell you who he is. Noble people, they do not compromise. Never. And then we came, or should I say, Chukwuka Gabiama determined that we should come at this time to save you. Not just to save Igbo people, not just to save Ibibio, not to save Efik alone, not to save Ejo, not to save Isoko, Uwobo, Ishekiri, Igodomigodo. No, not at all. But to set free everybody trapped in the colonial enclave called Nigeria. Because as I told you 2 days ago, those ruling Nigeria now are not Nigerians. If I thought there's anything like, let us assume there is something called Nigeria that Britain created. The people in charge now are not Nigerians. They are not indigenous to the land. They do not have a home. They have no home address. If you ask them, where is your home address? They don't have. They are nomads. If you don't know the meaning of nomad or nomadic life, go and Google it or look for your dictionary. That was why Jonathan set up nomadic education. Nomads means people that wander, wandering people. They don't stay in one place. They keep moving all over the place. Abraham in the Bible, that begot all of us, was a nomad. Until at a time, Elohim said to him, you should stop moving about all over the place. You have to stay in one place. But these people are still one of the few primitive tribes in the world, moving their livestock from one place to another. So anywhere night comes is home. I want ethnic nationalities in Nigeria to understand the mess they are in. Some of you have no idea the type of the state of hopelessness you're in. I am here to remind you of it. And you may not act upon it, but try to tell your children what you've heard on Radio Biafra. So in the future, as their mother is being raped or their sister abducted, they'll say, oh, daddy, remember that thing you told us you heard on Radio Biafra? That is why we preach this gospel the way we do. They came from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from Senegal, from Chad, because Fulani in Nigeria hasn't got the numbers to fight. The reason why Southerners have not been attacked in the north, allow me to repeat, the only reason why Southerners have not been attacked in the north is because poor Hausa peasants that the Fulanis have ground into the dust. If you want to see poverty, go to Kanu. Go to Kanu State. You see what is poverty. This same downtrodden, because Fulani is a specialist in using people. They love to use people. These same people, they have traumatized their fathers, their grandfathers, every of their lineage going back 6 generations or more. The Hausas have just realized, courtesy of Radio Biafra, that we are no longer going to go out to kill Igbo people. We cannot do it for you anymore. And the Fulanis do not have the numbers to do so. Do you know how they managed to stop tomatoes and onions from coming down these past few days? Because anywhere you have any institution, you have Fulani in it, they always aspire to be at the head, to be giving orders and command. So they set up checkpoints where the commander of that very detachment is a Fulani person. That's how they're ruling you. If all of us open our eyes tomorrow to say enough is enough, Fulani will be sent packing. I'm not asking for them to be attacked or for anybody to, but they cannot be in our forest though. Makade Amama, they cannot be in our... No, God forbid bad thing. Let heaven fall, they cannot be in our forest. If we find them there, they are gone. And of course, some of them can testify to the goodness of the Lord. In that regard, if we find you in any forest in the east, you are a goner. As I'm speaking, record what I'm telling you, record it, tape it down, and send to anybody you feel like sending it to. Our people must understand something. Those killing you are from Senegal, they are from Mali, they are from Niger, they are from Sierra Leone, they are from Chad. They came to rig elections. All of you were there when 7-year-olds were voting in Kanu. You are there, you saw it. All of you saw it. People say, oh, well, why do you speak this way about black? I say, because black people are useless. They never act on that thing that is right. Never. Morally speaking, black people are bankrupt morally. Moral bankruptcy. All of you, including your INEC, including observers from Europe, all of you came down during the elections of, was it 2015? You saw kids voting in Kanu State. You came again in 2019? You saw people, little children voting from Niger Republic. Didn't you see them? What did you do? You said, although there was rigging, we voted for them. APC one landslide again. They gave money to newspapers. You see, in Africa, every layer of life, or should I say existence, from your doctors to your lawyers, some of them, to your, or let's say legal practitioners, we'll bring it down to those holding high public offices and those serving beneath them. Have you seen the level of wickedness? Do you know that a doctor who took an oath, according to medical ethics, if you see somebody dying is an emergency, you must treat that very person before asking for money. As long as you have the necessary materials or tools to treat that person, you must treat them. That is medical ethic. Go, I think it's medicine 101. Go to anywhere, and the number one thing is to save life. But do you know that a doctor will know that somebody is... I'm digressing a bit because I want to tell you about the depth of what I call moral bankruptcy in the makeup, in the DNA of black people, why we are in the mess we are in today, and why the Fulanis are ruling all of us. Visit us. A doctor will tell you to go and bring deposit. If you don't bring deposit, that somebody will die. You think it's a joke? He'll be there. He'll be looking at somebody dying. You know, when I look at doctors in Nigeria, I know that, you know, when I say people flinch, they say, hey, don't say, I know that the devil must be a black man. See, Satan must be from Africa somewhere. Lucifer. Do you know why I say that? You see a doctor watching somebody die, a pregnant woman that requires cesarean section or operation to bring out the baby. A doctor will tell the family, go and sell your land, I don't care. And the doctor will be watching and the woman will stop breathing. She will die with the baby in her stomach. There is a type of wickedness in the heart of a black man that makes you wonder who actually made these people. After many years of considering the way we behave and the way we react, God Almighty formed IPOB and said you cannot reason like those people. For me to love you, for you people to have the freedom that I promised you, your job is not to set yourself free. Your job is to liberate the thinking capacity of an average black person all over the world. That is your job. That is the duty of Biafra. That is why I have sent you to come. That is the reason why somebody, I don't know if they have stopped. I don't know if they have stopped. You know, I think we are back again. I think they stopped me very briefly there, broadcasting on my. That's what they keep doing, trying to stop us from doing what Elohim have asked us to do. But they have failed and will continue to fail. Fulani came into our land because of that same thing in a black man. When you see evil happening, you keep quiet. Because the Fulanis came and took over the Hausa land. Hausa themselves helped them to take over other people's land. Because of that, when it came to Biafra, the only people that can defend all of you, I say without apologies, everybody, it doesn't matter who you are, without Biafra, you are gone. Without Biafra, you are finished. Fulani will take your land from you and kill you in the process. You know what they did? They ganged up against Biafra. They ganged up against anybody trying to speak the truth. They killed the Legiwa. An honest man, the only journalist I know in the history of Nigeria, the only journalist I've ever known is the Legiwa. The rest are all rubbish. You can buy it. After a while, you buy them over, all of them are all rubbish. Pure bunkum rubbish. Village idiots. The Legiwa stood on the path of the truth. Babangida killed the Legiwa. Everybody knows this. That Babangida today is an elder statesman. People defer to his opinion. But he's a murderer. He is a killer. You know that Babangida is a killer. You know that very well. He killed Delegiwa because Delegiwa was exposing all the things they were doing. All the fraud with MPN and Fujro. All the things, all the evil things. Even Julius Berger. Nobody will respect that man. He's in heaven, of course. They killed him. Delegiwa was fighting for a better life for everybody in Nigeria. They killed him. Nigerians did nothing. Nothing. That is part of that punishment that you're suffering now at the hands of these murderers from the Sahel. Do you think that God will forget? People don't, they go to all these churches and they sing, they jump up and down. They don't even actually understand who God is or how God operates. They have no idea. Isn't it very funny? The more churches you build, the more mosques you build, the more difficult things become. Have you not noticed it? The more churches you have, claiming you have miracle centers, the more difficult things become for you. Because you are in a period of perdition. I told you in 2015 that Somalia will be better than Nigeria. I am telling you, if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, go and apply for it now. If you have not applied for your visa to Somalia, because Somalia is hello, but it's better than, it's going to be way better than the zoo. Because when you people see evil, you condone it. And that evil has come to you.